Should we get started? Ladies and gentlemen, and other, welcome to the Captain's Cast live on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett, and we are loaded for bear. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Folks, this Rey movie is gonna be a disaster. It isn't, I said on the last stream, we have just said farewell. Alvita Zane! Long may we remember ye, the worst year in Hollywood's history, 2023. And we are saying hello to the worst year in Hollywood's history. Yeah, it is bad news, folks. It is bad news. So we're gonna get into the Rey movie. Did you like my thumbnail? That's a bit of a risk. I'm like, do I want to troll this bad? I'm trolling myself. Trolling myself with the Reylo situation there. Folks, would you still love your captain if he was a Reylo? Would you? I bet you. I'd be like, and 0 subscribers. Oh shit. Well, what can you do? So, I have some Grizzy shills. Look, we have msheu news. Grizzy has msheu news for us. We have fascinating. We're starting to really gain some traction, I think, in the culture war. I think we are inflicting defeat after defeat after defeat on the woke mind virus. So I'm going to show you some evidence of that as well, because we have some really good news. And make no mistake, if you love stories, if you love art, if you love just inspiration, beauty in the world, make no mistake, whether you like it or not, those things are on the line in this culture war. They are on the line. And it's an interesting thing because you know what? This isn't what I would have wanted my channel to be about ever. I think art should be apolitical. Art should be politically agnostic. I don't believe in propaganda art. And it used to be that when I would talk about the MCU or Star Wars with someone, it was the most apolitical. Sports! The NFL! Sports in the NFL used to be apolitical. Can you believe that, folks? So listen, whether you want to fight in this culture war or not, you're in it. Whether you take up arms or not, figuratively speaking, whether you take up cultural arms or not, you're in this fight because they're after you. And there is a based AF Japanese game developer who just told the cancel pigs to just go pound sand. So they have to lose. If you want 4K DVDs, if you want videos in their original form, uncensored, then you have got to get in this fight. And it's a fight we have to win. And so we didn't start this. We were happy with Dungeons and Dragons. We were happy with Lord of the Rings. And yes, is there a lady here who would like to play Dungeon? Pull up a chair, please. We were fine with that arrangement, but they decided that all the things we love were bad and wrong and had to be corrected. And you know what we did? It took years. It took years of slow, careful battles of attrition, a masterful rear guard action while all of our IPs burned and they had us on the retreat. But then in 2023, folks, we delivered damage. We delivered damage to the entire mainstream film industry. That was unprecedented, that frankly, I could never predict it. I would never predicted it. I didn't think it was possible for all these companies to just set piles of cash on fire over and over. And folks, I'm shocked again because they have learned nothing. They have learned nothing. And I'm going to show you the proof of it. So let's get into it. But what do we have in the chat? Starfury is here. Ahoy, Starfury. He says, good evening, gentlemen, you bunch of undisciplined squids. Absolute squids you are, and welcome to the Thunderdome. Happy New Year's to the captain and the crew of the battle crew. Oh, I like this. Starfury. This is inspired. The battle cruiser, swords, and starships. Are we is it a battle cruiser? Yeah, I'm kind of a frigate man myself, because the frigate is where you actually get out there in the world on your own and and just do stuff. But I'm okay. I can do a battle cruiser. I like the battle cruiser. Wrangler in the chat. Hail, Wrangler. Can't stick around right now. I have to go shovel the driveway. Hope to be back in a while. Good to see you, Wrangler, and fun chatting with you on your channel as well. So, and Redoubt Productions in the chat. Hail, welcome to the new year. We'll be tuning in by the next hour, and we'll be here. And may I just compliment you, sir, on your magnificent tri-corner hat. So check out Wrangler's channel if you want to dig into that lore. I respect any man that wears a tri-corner hat. And I think it's technically tricorn, but I have read in some literature of the time that it was referred to occasionally as a tricorner hat. Tom is in the chat. It's all happening. Hail all. And Stormcrow. Stormcrow. We had a great conversation, Stormcrow and I did on Wrangler's channel. Greetings, my lovely man. Well, it's good to see you, Stormcrow. The captain, I consider myself more pugilistic than lovely, but I will accept all compliments on this channel. And Starfury welcomes you aboard. What is that? What is the no to, Starfury? No? I'm on a delay here with the chat. I have to catch up. Tom says mutiny is never off the table. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I know. If I folks, I'm announcing tonight that I am a Reylo. No, just kidding. Oh no. No, now that can be clipped. Sip of coffee for the working captain. Stormcrow says, a man of culture having best boy for a profile pic lets me know you're a cool guy. Oh, Garrus. Yes, you're referring to Garrus. Garrus is the best character in Mass Effect. Garrus is absolutely my bro. Like, he is my bro. He's on every mission. He is always, any mission where it's kind of a buddy cop kind of situation, any mission where it's involving like a terrorist threat or just like a criminal investigation or something, I always bring Garrus because he's like my well, what would you call him? He's like an ex-cop badass. I just love Starfury. Mutiny will not be tolerated, says Starfury. We could have somebody as the master at arms on the ship. We haven't announced who's the master at arms. Stormcrow says, I eat canceled pigs out of spite. The salt could give me diabetes, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Well, I understand that. I understand that, Sword. Starfury says, battle cruiser, big guns, need I say more? That's true. I mean, a dreadnought, right? That's like the flagship of the fleet. That's really just for a major action, a line action. I feel like a battle cruiser, that's the meat, in a fleet. However, dude, a frigate is just, that's where the adventure is. The frigate is because you're out there, you're mixing it up. The frigates were the ones that were sent out to hunt down merchant shipping of the enemy and take it prisoner. I mean, really, the U-boats were kind of a version of that. They were kind of like what frigates used to be in the old Age of Sail days. Referring to World War II, of course. And that was what they did. They sunk shipping. Starfury says, I now love even more that we share our Garrus love. This stream is already getting weird. It's funny. I was hanging out on the A Drink with Crazy stream this morning and saw a few of you there. Good to see you there. And I said my usual, what did I say? Permission to come aboard, right? Which is, it's just me fucking around. The captain is New Year's resolution. I have a swear jar. I'm going to try to be a little more refined and sophisticated. I am a sophisticate. I am a cosmopolitan host. And therefore, it is impolitique of me to swear too often. So I'm replacing my one of my favorite words of the English language in moderation with a fictional version of it, frack. So I was fracking around there on a Drink with Crazy stream, and I said, permission to come aboard. And he said, this isn't really a ship. This is more of a tavern. And I respect that. The man gets to decide what his channel is. And so I said, okay, permission to get shithouse drunk. And he said, that's a weird question. And I'm like, it is a weird question. That's actually a friend of mine would always say that whenever we go, let's get shithouse drunk. And I have no idea what that means. And it never occurred to me how scatological that is. But I just never questioned it because, you know, I don't know where he got it. That's just what we say. Stormcrow says, all this talk of starships is making me wish to join you in a space opera campaign. You ever heard of Stars Without Number? It's basically your very own Cowboy Bebop toolkit RPG. I'm literally making a note of that right now, Stormcrow, because your dear captain is also a GM. I love GMing. It's my favorite thing to do. So what was it called? It's called Stars Without Number. Okay, I'm going to check that out. We will keep that under the hat. Okay, I want to just jump right into our warm-up headline. I have a great warm-up headline, and it's in honor of the thumbnail of this stream, by the way. It's in honor of the thumbnail, so here we go. Just pull that up real quick. What am I looking for? Share. Now, I have reviewed some of my previous streams, and I have seen that, like, for whatever reason, the first couple of seconds when I play music, it clips my audio, and I have no idea why. So I don't know how to solve that problem, so I'll just have to figure it out. StreamYards is not always the best, I have to say. Okay, try this headline. New Star Wars film to feature female Jedi who turns to the dark side at the same time every month. Oh, the captain has been naughty. Captain is being very naughty right now. I saw this from the Babylon Bee. This is a serious article, folks. This is Star Wars news, okay? Hollywood, California. Disney executives announced an upcoming installment in the popular Star Wars franchise that will feature a female Jedi who mysteriously turns to the dark side at the same time every month. That is a fascinating plot device. I had never considered that. Quote, we think female audiences will relate to a character who becomes moody and homicidal once a month. The film's director, Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, told reporters in a press conference this week. I mean, our target demographic is definitely women, right? So featuring an empowered, self-assured female Jedi who just sort of goes on a dark sidey type rampage once a month for reasons will click with millions of women who will flock to see our films. The Force is female, and we know that a diverse, female-led Star Wars franchise is the key to the hearts of modern audiences, she said. Obaid-Chinoy said that they did extensive research on why a lady Jedi might turn evil once a month and discovered that mostly it relates to the fact that fear leads to anger, and anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering, and suffering leads to women needing a little time alone, a good bar of chocolate, and a hot bath. Composure, Captain. At publishing time, focus groups viewing the film reported slight uneasiness watching the main character yell at restaurant servers, stuff her face full of McDonald's French fries, and cry uncontrollably over an offhanded comment made by one of her male Jedi counterparts. Is that it? Is that the end of the article? That's the end of the article. Oh, there you go. That was a short but sweet one. There you go. What do you think of this? But I think that's brilliant. I think that, well, listen, what do I always complain about, right? These creatives, they don't think deeply about science fiction tropes. You know, they don't actually ask themselves, you know, like, why do you need a helmet in space on an airless moon, for example? I, as a science fiction nerd, I'm curious about that, right? Well, this is interesting. That's an angle. There is, for some reason, just once a month, it's that dark knowledge. Hat tip Babylon Bee. Yes, there you go. as Starfury says, does chocolate mitigate the darkness? Well, one can only hope. I love that. It's like, and she just needs some time alone. Fear, suffering leads to she just needs time alone. And don't forget, we have Wrangler as Frequency Studios. That would be his channel. Is also on Rumble. So like on Rumble as well. Like on Rumble. Okay, so I thought that would be a fun little warm-up for us. I saw that headline and I was like, I wouldn't put it past him. Would you? Would you? Okay. Where should we go next? Should we just dig? We should probably just dig right into this. So, as you may or may not be aware, Disney decided that after The Mandalorian Season 3 was roasted and had declining ratings, after Ahsoka was an unmitigated disaster and everyone forgot about it 10 minutes after the show wrapped, after all of the failures, like The Last Jedi, or, well, the roasting of The Last Jedi, but the failure of Solo, the softening of the numbers for Rise of Skywalker, and the basically unspoken cancellation of all their projects, and more broadly, Disney's utter bloodbath at the box office, they figured, as Bob Iger put it, it's time to settle things down. It's time to chill out on the politics. You know what? That they admitted in their investor report, that their mandatory investor filing, they said some of our political leanings have alienated some of our customers, which are misaligned with certain of our political messages. And so clearly, the failure of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, the failure of Wish, the failure of Lightyear, the failure of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, the failure of the Marvels, the worst rated MCU, the worst rated and the worst performing MCU film in all box office history, the $1.3 billion lost at the box office for Disney this year. They have learned a valuable lesson, folks. They have learned that it is important that they right the ship. And to that end, they are releasing a new Star Wars film that is sure to turn things around. It is going to feature Rey Skywalker, as they call her, rebuilding the Jedi Order because girls get it done. and they have a who is in charge of this project, who has a resume as long as my arm, folks. This director clearly is the most qualified to bring down the political temperature, to bring back skillful craftsmanship to filmmaking in Star Wars. And her name is Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. So, hat tip, critical drinker. I'm going to, he had a fabulous video on this, and we're just going to take a look at it. A link is in the description. Give him a like, give him a follow. He's a small little YouTuber. You may have heard of him.
Another controversy because a person said a thing and now half the internet is angry about it and the other half is angry at the people who got angry in the first place.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Honestly, we're only a few days into 2024 and already we have our first big battle for the Empire of Dust that is current day Star Wars. And in this case, the source of the controversy was Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, the director of the upcoming Star Wars movie focusing on Rey Palpatine.
Rey Skywalker.
Palpatine. I mean, Jesus, I've already said my piece on...
Oh, I love Palpatine.
Why turning stacks of dollar bills into crash barriers would be a more efficient way to spend $200 million or whatever embarrassingly huge amount of money they end up blowing on this turkey, so I won't repeat myself here. Instead, I'll just get right to the heart of the matter. As you probably noticed from looking at her, Sharmeen is a person of the female persuasion, and apparently that's real important when it comes to directing Star Wars movies because
And we're in 2024 now, and I think it's about time that we had a woman come forward to shape the story in a galaxy far, far away.
The old...
So stunning, so brave.
It's time for Demographic X to do arbitrary thing because current year arguments never gets old, does it? Now, when this clip started doing the rounds on the internet, the reaction from the Star Wars fan base was so thermonuclear that I think even Rachel Zegler breathed a sigh of relief. It's like a relay race, I guess. There's always going to be someone else waiting to say the next dumb thing and take the heat away from whoever's in the firing line at the moment. Not only did Charmine's statement conveniently ignore the fact that women have been represented as the protagonists of 4 out of the past 5 Star Wars movies, the writers, producers, directors, and stars of multiple TV shows and video games, virtually the entire Lucasfilm story.
This is this video is brilliant, by the way. Critical Drinker, the link's in the description. This is like one of the key parts of this video I wanted to show you, because this is the story group at Lucasfilm. This is who's been running Lucasfilm. Kathleen Kennedy right here, and just the Force is female, baby. This for years, folks. This picture was taken years ago when they were still making the trilogy. They were still making the sequel trilogy. And this babe, Obaid Chinoy, comes out and says, it's time for a woman to finally lead Star Wars.
Group and the president of the entire studio, but it also played into all the tediously predictable tropes that have come to define the culture of modern Star Wars. The obsession with identity over personality, the narcissistic sense of entitlement, the trampling of the legacy of previous generations, the idea that you're owed something purely because of your gender, the realization that no matter how much ground is given and how many concessions are made, the demand will always be the same. More. And I think after enduring...
Bingo. Absolutely nailed it there. And so here's kind of what I just... So I was watching Rebel Moon, right? And as you know, the captain is not a fan of Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon was absolute garbage. And I did not think I thought it would be mid. That was my prediction. I think my guess is this will be sort of a 6 or a 7. I was just not prepared for how garbage it was. And I was like, this is vintage girl boss. Vintage girl boss. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I mean that girl bosses now, they're not the girl bosses of the early 2000s, okay? The girl bosses now are...
Put a tick in it, make her gay! Fuck Indiana Jones, put a tick in it and make her name it gay!
Right, and that's basically what we're dealing with. So... my point about Zack Snyder is he's portraying a girl boss as she was like 10 years ago, meaning he's learned nothing. And what I find fascinating is this Obaid Chinoy chick is exactly the same. She's like, she didn't get the memo. It's like, who was the other one that was out there? It's like, well, obviously Jennifer Lawrence. I'm the first woman to ever be an action star. I'm the first one that boys could ever identify with. It's like these people are working off of information that not information. They're working off of false narratives that they created 6 years ago. 6 years ago. So there you go. Now, there's another part of this video that I want to highlight. Let me see if I'm going to scrub for it real quick. I wanted to play for you. He does a great breakdown in this of like the different directors, female directors, and how they've actually done. Like he does a very fair analysis. Like some of them did well, some of them not so well. Like Bryce Dallas Howard, she didn't write The Mandalorian, but she directed it well. I don't know if I agree with him on that. But his point is there's kind of been a mixture of talent and failure. But these are the clips I really wanted to play right here.
Began to learn more about her background and career. A Pakistani journalist, documentary filmmaker, and feminist activist whose main focus was on highlighting the plight of women in Pakistani culture. I mean, that's admirable work indeed, but the question on most people's minds was, what the fuck has that got to do with Star Wars? The answer seemed to come in the form of previous interviews that magically resurfaced around the same time that seemed to offer some insight into her mindset as a director.
I like to
make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable.
If I need to stand up and face a man and look at him in the eyes and scare him off a little bit, I do scare Pakistani men off a little bit. That I do, and I enjoy that power.
I am working to bring something that makes you uncomfortable, and it should make you uncomfortable.
Now, I'll be the first to admit that this doesn't sound particularly good when taken at face value, and it goes without saying that if a male director was to sit there and proudly declare how much he enjoys making women uncomfortable, you can bet your soy milk latte that his career would be over quicker than you can say, me also. But in this case, I'm about to do something that may just surprise you. I'm going to defend her on this one.
Are you serious?
See, the fact is, these interviews were made years earlier, and they have absolutely nothing to do with Star Wars, or even the entire Western Hemisphere for that matter. She was talking about her documentary work to expose the practice of honor killings in Pakistan, and the men who somehow think it's okay to literally murder women for the crime of being assaulted by other men. I mean, if you think you're having a bad day, I suggest you look it up sometime. It'll put your life into perspective pretty quick. Anyway, my point is that those are the men she was talking about wanting to feel uncomfortable in the hopes...
Dude, on Flashcast, they made such a good point about the body language on this panel. Because look at how Jon Stewart on the right here is just hunched over. He's making himself small. You know, he's practically groveling, right? Because this is a struggle session. He's leading a struggle session for men. And if you look on the left, the women are all leaning, at least these two on the left are leaning away from him. Look at the body language. Like, dude, this is a culture of guilt and resentment. Like, that's what wokeism is. I was telling I was telling a friend of mine the other day that you know, there are sort of two ways. There's two ways to acknowledge. So, what was the context? Because we were talking about. Oh, that's what it was. That okay? On Echo, how they had people on the fake phony influencer panel that were just praising Echo, and there was this one babe on there that was like talking about how Echo. You know, being part of this show is just so amazing because it made me realize that the hearing privilege I have seeing this deaf character. And I just said, see, this is a perfect example of how whacked out the woke mind virus is, because there is a version of that that's positive. There is a positive and abundance way of looking at that, which is, you know, seeing this show or working with this actor really made me appreciate the things I take for granted and made me feel grateful for, you know, the fact that I'm able to hear, and made me really respect and admire, right, this deaf actress and the challenges she's overcome and the limitations in her life. And it really inspired me. You know, that's the positive way of looking at things. That is the powerful way, in my view, of looking at things. And that is an abundance mindset. That is there's plenty for everyone. There's room enough for everyone, a gratitude mindset, right? But if you notice, the woke mindset is the opposite. It's the negative, right? When she says, I'm acknowledging my hearing privilege, what she's saying is, I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I am an oppressor. I have it too good. I've had it too good for too long, and it's time for me to be punished for my sins, right? And the flip side of that is, as the victim, you are saying, I am owed, I am due. Cough button. I am owed, I am due, and I have a grievance. I have resentment. Now, that is an attitude of resentment and bitterness and envy and jealousy. And folks, I don't care who you are, carrying those emotions is poison, especially if you are a creative. And that will only poison you. It will not poison the people you resent. It will not poison the people you're envious or jealous of. And the flip side of that is guilt and shame, and I am an oppressor. You know, it's like these white liberal babes that go and do these struggle sessions where they have a black lady there that just tells them how evil they are for being white people. So this is what I'm talking about, right? This is what their culture is. It's a culture of grievance. It's a culture of oppression and victimhood. And what that does is it poisons them, and it poisons their art.
that her work might cause them to reflect on their actions and rethink their worldview. Not an unreasonable position, but the problem is that when a clip like that surfaces at the same time as her interview about Star Wars, the human mind naturally forms a link between two completely unrelated things and assumes the worst. Shit, man, we even covered it on Open Bar the other night, which is partly why I wanted to clarify it here. Now, none of this is to say that I think
Which, great respect to Critical Drinker for, having the objectivity to just say, like, all right, we're memeing on this, but in context, she was not talking about Star Wars. And to be fair, I mean, I agree with him on all of that, like, yes, I think The Handmaid's Tale is hilarious. I think it's hilarious because it's like, there's something that this dystopia, this fantasy future dystopia you're imagining is real. It's like travel to, let's say Afghanistan, circa Taliban era. And let's just see if you think The Handmaid's Tale is better or worse. I'm just, So listen, I admire Obaid Chinoy for the work that she's doing. Why the hell is she directing a Star Wars film? She's a documentary filmmaker. She has no credentials for this.
she's going to produce an amazing Star Wars movie, or that she's particularly qualified to take on a massive project like this in the first place, or that I agree with her reason for why she should be doing it. But I do think it's important to be fair in our criticism and not misrepresent people's opinions just to farm some quick outrage. Anyway, I digress. Back to the point at hand. You know, every time someone makes a statement like that, my question is always the same. Why? Why exactly is it time for a woman to direct a Star Wars movie? It's got to be more than just, it's 2024 now. And that's not to say that I'm against the basic premise, but what I'm questioning here is the logic of the argument. Because normally when you make a bold declaration that a thing needs to happen, it should be followed up by some kind of understandable rationale to justify.
Starfury. As a fat half Pakistani man, I believe a fat Pakistani woman will save Star Wars. Oh, sorry. I just had a seizure for a moment. What did I just type? It's too late, Starfury. It's on the internet. There's nothing you can do now. It's like Jack Handy's Deep Thoughts, you know. If you ever drop your keys in a pool of liquid hot magma, forget it, man. They're gone. So Starfury. You look at that group photo. Oh, yes. And your balls shriveled. Yes, the story group. Listen, this is what's so stupid about it is I have no objection to women who do great work doing great work. What I object to is them being sexist about it. Is them being sexist and entitled about it. Eric Mar is in the chat. Hello, Eric Mar. Ahoy. Welcome aboard. What did Ashitka, not Ahsoka? Yeah, if you didn't catch it, that was my worst show of 2023 was Ahsoka. It was a close race, but in the end, it beat out Secret Invasion by a nose, and that is because of what they squandered, what they had that they squandered. Starfury, if she looks at you, I would be scared. So yes, let's just wrap up. So the reason why I wanted to highlight Critical Drinker's video is because this is the only that I've seen on the internet, like super, clear and objective take on this. Because the reality is, I'm a little bit split down the middle with Obaid Chinoy, because on the one hand, okay, she is actually documenting real, like freaking real oppression that women have to endure, just horrific things they have to endure, in places like Gaza. Whoa, what did I say? You know what I mean? That's what the real life of women is in a lot of places of the world. But here's my question, because it's like I've often heard Cuban Americans, for example, shake their finger at non-Cuban Americans, saying, like, you don't know how good you have it. You don't know what we fled. You have no idea the totalitarian hell that island has turned into, which, by the way, can you imagine if Cuba were to this day a capitalistic country? It would be the Caribbean tourist destination of the world. It would be multi-billion-dollar tourism industry in the Caribbean. Can you just imagine that? So anyway, so they tell us, like, we come to America and we're grateful, we appreciate, and we see the signs of where things are trending, whatever. this Obaid Chinoy chick comes to America, the land where women are freer than anywhere else in the world, and she acts like she still has an axe to grind. Well, it's high time a woman was in charge of Star Wars. It's like, have you been under a what? I thought, like, when I watched Barbie, and I listened to that crazy, supposedly feminist rant about all the pressure and expectations on women, and I literally just had this reaction. I was like, seriously, no, I'm not trolling here. Ladies, what would make you happy? What would make you happy? That's all I want to know. Listen, any request will be considered. Okay, no promises, but any request will be considered. I just want you to be happy. So here comes Obaid Chinoy, and she's like, well, it's a good thing that there's no acid attacks on women in this country, but there is still an awful lot of work to do. The fact that an all-female story group has been in charge and that a female executive has been running Star Wars since it was purchased by Disney, and the fact that multiple female directors have directed episodes of The Mandalorian and other shows, and the fact that a female director is directing a girl boss cast on The Acolyte, and the fact that Rey Skywalker, Palpatine Skywalker, is the face of all Star Wars now, that just shows me there is an awful lot of work to do. There is an awful lot of work to do. It's like, this is not about equality. This is not about righting wrongs of the past. This is about envy. This is about resentment. This is about jealousy. Let's wrap this up real quick.
It. Otherwise, it would be like striding up to your boss and demanding a raise with no evidence of why you deserve one. Just as a quick example off the top of my head, I think it's about time I disposed of the corpse of that double glazing salesman who just wouldn't take no for an answer, because it's starting to stink up my living room and it's only a matter of time before the neighbors start asking questions. In this case, I've established a clear problem that needs to be addressed, and while other people might propose different solutions, nobody can argue that a solution of some kind is indeed required. So what exactly is the problem that needs to be solved in this?
So check out the rest of his video. That's pretty much where I'll leave it. But two reasons why I love that video. Because number one, it gives you the comments that Obaid Chinoy is getting roasted for, and a very good explanation of things. And it gives the fair context, because Obaid Chinoy does deserve that fair context. However, what she is still saying is it's high time a woman directed Star Wars. It's time that she were in charge. But, I feel like I have more on this I wanted to show. Let me grab this clip right here. Just one more piece on this. I will not torture you with this woman for too long. I promise you. But there was one other comment I wanted to highlight. Hat tip geeks and gamers. I think I put this one. I may. Hang on. Here we go. I'm not going to replay what I already played to you. I just want to find the one piece that I was missing.
And Muslim women being treated this way and overcoming adversity. Years ago, 7 months ago, after it was announced that she was doing a Star Wars movie, this is the way she introduces herself to the audience.
I think at the heart of everything, I am a storyteller and an activist. And
yes, this is the key part here, right? So we've already given fair context, the fact that she directs documentaries about real oppression of women, right? That is serious. And frankly, I almost never hear Western leftists talk about, by the way. I almost never hear left-wing loons and wokies ever talk about what women are going through in the Middle East. So she does deserve credit for that. But this is after that. She had this to say.
My body of work over the last 20 years has been guided by my activism, and every single piece of work that I've ever created has a piece of activism in it. It could be very overt or it could be covert, but it is there. And I think that as a storyteller,
covert. Now, listen, while you're listening to this, I want you to remember something, my dear sailors and star nuts. There's no such thing as the culture war. There's no such thing as the MCU. There's no such thing as propaganda and storytelling. The woke movement is not a political movement. It's just about fairness and being nice to people. And this is just all in your heads. There is no effort. That race swap that you saw was not political. That was not political. We were just hiring the best person for the job. These are all of the layers of gaslighting we have endured for years. This is the fundamental basis of almost everything the shills say to debunk when we complain about these changes and we say, gosh, it seems to me that they are trying to put a Mary Sue girl boss in this because of the message. Perfect example, Little Mermaid, right? That they make it so that she cannot remember her mission to fall in love with Eric. Right now, did they explicitly say that that's because of the message? No, but we know it's because of the message, because a woman cannot have as a goal falling in love with a man, because that goes against their sick worldview. Now, and I say it's sick because what kind of world? What do you want to live in, a world where people don't seek love? Like, really? That's sick to me. That's sick. Men seeking to fall in love with women, women seeking to fall in love with men. Like, that's not. They think that's sick, folks. That's why I call it a sick worldview. They're the sick ones, not us. Now, my point is, this is all the gaslighting, and I want you to keep this in mind while you listen to this.
I'm not sure if all of you know this, but I'm not a trained filmmaker. So I never went to film school. I went to Smith College and did my undergraduate and studied economics and political science like a good Pakistani girl. And then
Yeah.
Yeah, the courtesy laugh that they all had to give her right there, that they didn't find that funny, but they had to give it a courtesy laugh.
This is the person who was laughing.
Yeah.
Oof. Anyway, yeah, it's right there.
Howard Stern fell off, bro. Holy shit.
The angriest man on the internet.
And I'm an activist. And every single thing I've ever done has a piece of activism. It may be overt or it may be covert, but everything I do has activism in it. This is who Disney Star Wars has hired, because she's a woman, because of the area of the world where she's from, and because she's woke as fuck. Like, that's what qualifies her to be handed the keys to a multi-$100 million movie.
This is just going to be this is unbelievable, man. And again, ended up being
so basically saying that she was exactly the fucking idea what they're doing, despite all the activism stuff. They have no idea what they're doing.
No, not at all. And like, it is food for military.
Okay, there you go.
It's creeping into.
Anyhow, so that was the last of that clip. So I just wanted to show that to you. So she's basically saying, okay, now let me be clear, my fellow Americans, and welcome British guests. Let me be clear. I am not saying you need to go to film school to have, you do not need to go to film school. In fact, Steven Spielberg, like almost all of the greats, they never went to film school. So, but it's not the fact that she said I've never went to film school that's a giant red flag. It's the fact that she's saying I'm not a filmmaker. I was never really interested in being in film. That's not really a thing. My thing is activism. And I sort of I don't know if it was in that clip, but she said in another clip, I just fell into filmmaking as a way. So folks, this woman has no actual desire to be a film artist. She's not even on the level of Nia DaCosta, who wants to be a filmmaker. I mean, presumably, I guess I haven't seen all. I mean, maybe I'm assuming, but she's not even on that level. She is a pure activist who gravitated towards film because it was her medium. She is the classic definition of a propaganda. I'm not even going to say filmmaker. She's just a propaganda maker. She is who they have hired to direct a Star Wars movie after the worst year in Disney's history ever. Like, folks, this is what I said about this. This is when the penny dropped for me. I'm going to play this clip for you again of when the penny dropped for your captain. Here it is. Stared at this in absolute stupid. I'm talking about the Marvels here. I just watched the Marvels faction.
You think it's wise taking that bangle to the bad guy?
What the fuck is that? He's
Frack.
sitting there petting a kitty. He's a Nick Fury. Nick Fury, the spy master who assembled the Avengers, played by Samuel L. Jackson, the man whose middle name is motherfucker. Okay, he is now petting a kitty while he delivers exposition to one of the title characters. What is this? There was like 7 things in this movie that were at least that were like that. I was like, I can't, I'm going to tell you something with all due respect to Nia DaCosta and Kevin Feige and the other writers on this movie. Who cares? These are dumb people, folks. These are dumb people. They don't understand space. They don't understand how atmospheres work. They don't understand that they vomit out the most nonsensical. There is still a line in this film where she says, "You can feel light and I can see it." The inmates are running the asylum, folks. That's the only way I can describe it. The inmates are painting the walls with feces. That is what this movie is. Thank you, Captain. That was a very good point, Captain, and well made, if I do say so myself. Now, but that was the moment. I'm like, dude, I've just watched all this crap. I've watched all this crap for a year, and they never learn. And folks, 2024 is off to a great start. It is off to a great start. They have learned nothing. They have taken all that defeat, and they've said, you know what? I've got an idea. And you know what's so funny about this too is like, it's not just Star Wars, right? Like the Jeff Loveness, I talk about this. Jeff Loveness, the guy who writes Quantum Mania. You've got to watch Mahler's video. If you go on the Mueller channel, he does a full breakdown of how bad that movie is. But what's so great about it is he plays the clips of Jeff Loveness's commentary on his script. And you cannot believe what an incompetent boob this guy is. He's talking about how he had no idea what was behind a certain thing and he didn't care. He just thinks it's funny that way. And like, he talks about how he was writing on the fly. They were filming scenes and he was still rewriting the scene. Just crazy stuff like that. And he's totally clueless. Like what I mean by that is he thinks he's a genius. He talks about it like, I'm so clever. I'm so good at this. I was born to do this. And after the fact, he gets all these bad reviews and he still thinks, no, I think MODOK was great. MODOK was hilarious. And my point is, it's like, you look at Jeff Loveness, you look at all these creatives, they've got like 3 film credits before they directed a mega blockbuster, 200 million, 300 million budgeted film. And what have they done before that? Freaking the Oscars script notes, Jimmy Kimmel Live, documentaries. Nothing on the level of like a Spielberg or any mainstream Ridley Scott, any major film, not even a Patty Jenkins level of film credentials. They are nobodies. They pluck them out of obscurity and they put them in these roles. And it's one thing to do it. It's inexplicable anyway, but it's one thing to try it a few times and get burned. It is another thing entirely for an entire year of embarrassment at the box office to then pick what I consider the queen. She is the queen supreme of this trend of like, she is an absolute radical activist loon. And she has no actual filmmaking pedigree. Sure, direct the Rey movie, folks. This thing is going to be an unmitigated disaster. It is going to be... there are some people are theorizing this thing isn't even going to come out. I really, I kind of hope they make it, but if there's any shred of sanity in that company, this film gets canceled. Like, it's never going to happen. But I got to tell you, this level of absolute sheer stupidity, why not? Just why not? Might as well go down with the ship. So what does the chat have to say? What does the chat have to say? I got the Starfury. I love that comment. It's so funny. Eric Marr, Ahoy. Did I say hi, Ergmar? I forget. But ahoy, I think I did. Ahoy and welcome aboard. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah. I see, says Ergmar. The director is WFSlime. Now, listen. I will say what Obaid Chinoy has done as a documentary filmmaker covering the terrible oppression of women in the Middle East. That's all fine. That's all fine. What bothers, and I'm not going to go so far as to call her slime in the fact that listen, if you compare her with like white liberal woke tards, who have never experienced real hardship in their life, it's a different story. I hear she comes from kind of wealth and privilege, but even so, she has come from a country where she has seen where real oppression happens, right? So she deserves some respect for that. And I do respect her for that. I at least think she has a little more life experience than most of these libtards, right? However, what's strange to me is that she doesn't seem to like extend that background to America. It's like she kind of just paints the entire world with that brush of like, you don't get the sense from her that she's grateful for like Western civilization, a civilization in which women are free. You know what I mean? I'll never forget. I was in would YouTube even allow me to? I mean, it's nothing really bad, but it's like, I don't think YouTube would even want me to say this. So I'm just not going to say it. I'm just going to say, screw it. We'll just take a risk. I saw a woman in a full beekeeper suit in a grocery store. And I just remember thinking, I'm literally looking at human enslavement, like right in front of me. This is a human slave. I'm looking at a human slave on American soil right in front of me. And it's like, and this is the project of the woke. This is the project of the left, to import slaves while lecturing us about the patriarchy. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say on that subject. So I'm just going to say she gets a little bit of respect. Obaid Chinoy does for that. Why then is she acting as though the United States is Pakistan? Why is she acting like this has anything to do with Star Wars? You know what I mean? Can you imagine a Princess Leia character in a Pakistani film? I don't think so, at least as she describes it. So I guess what I'm saying is, she has no business directing a Star Wars film. She is absolutely the wrong person. I take great offense to her attitude. I take great offense. And that makes her happy. So she's welcome to be happy. But, when I look at her, I don't see someone who is a strong female woman. What I see is someone who is bitter and resentful. And she is lashing out at people who are not her enemies. And that to me is a sign of, this is a word they're quite fond of. That is a sign to me of fragility. That is a sign to me of female fragility. So there you go. Erigmar says, yes, and Sun Tzu told me never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake. That is wise advice. You're right. So we're not going to interrupt her, are we? Fu Man Blue is in the chat. You good this week at Starfury? Oh, at Starfury. Oh, hey, Fu Man Blue, it's good to see you. Good to see you. Starfury says, but her previous pronouncements will inform her current opinions and position on men, her likely take on Star Wars. I mean, well, that's my point about, just as an example, a lot of Cuban Americans who preach to Americans, non-Cuban Americans, like, you have no idea how good you have it here. So my question is, why are we not hearing that from Obaid Chinoy? Why do we not hear her say, like, like imagine if she said, in my years covering the horrors that happened to women in Pakistan and really having to make very, very chauvinistic and dangerous men uncomfortable. Like, imagine if she framed it in that way of like, I've stood in the face of men that would happily throw acid in my face if they could. And I've stood up to them. And I can just tell you that it's going to be so amazing to be able to leave that world behind and enter a galaxy far, far away where those are not our concerns. and instead just tell a great adventure story, because I love Star Wars and I love adventure, and Princess Leia was a great character, and I can't wait to bring this galaxy to life. It's going to be so much fun. Like, imagine if that were her attitude. And she's like, I'm so grateful for a world in which women can have roles like Princess Leia. I'm so grateful to be in a world where women can have amazing adventures. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the attitude about her that pisses me off, that she's got this attitude like Star Wars has been this freaking oppressive, patriarchy. And it's like, this is basically the bottom line. We should make sure that women always have lots of great stories for women, and we should make sure that any great stories that are intended for men are also for women and make men uncomfortable. Because screw men, they're not allowed to have a place to go. They're not allowed to have a story world where they can have fun and enjoy the tropes they want to enjoy. But women can. Women can have Barbie all day long, but men cannot have that. It's like, well, screw that. That's sexist. I think there's room enough. That's a scarcity mindset. We on the Swords of Starships channel believe in an abundance mindset. This isn't they see the world as this pie, and everybody gets a slice. And if one person gets a slice, that's a slice someone else doesn't get. Well, I see a world in which we can bake billions of pies. And that's that sounded more eloquent in my head than when I said it. We will bake billions and billions of pies. What the hell's the captain talking about? I can't figure it out. So anyhow, yes, it's all about revenge, Starfury. You're exactly right. And, and to your point, Erigmar, about don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. It's like, I mean, they're hoisting themselves on their own petard, because negativity, revenge, it ultimately becomes a poison for the person that holds on to that. It's not a poison for their perceived enemies. It's not a poison for us. They think that, I've already made my peace that Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who and all those things have been destroyed. I've already made my peace with that. I've moved on. So they think that she's making me uncomfortable. No, that was 10 years ago. We're way past that. All you're doing now is destroying what little chance you have left to make a real mark. I don't recall. It's possible that it could. But I never recall Patty Jenkins, who directed Wonder Woman, a great film that I love. I never recall her going out there and saying, I made this film to make men uncomfortable. I made this film to piss men off. It's like, and if she had, I'd have been like, screw you, I'm not watching your film. Quite frankly, I thought that film was going to be super girl boss feminist, just because that was how things were trending. And I was pleasantly surprised that, like, oh, she's a likable character. She goes on a journey. It's a great story, magnificent period piece. And I don't have to listen to a bunch of insufferable bilge about how I'm a woman and that makes me a good director. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's time for women to be in more roles. It's like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because your sex does not have anything to do with your talent. And if anything is proof of that, the Marvels certainly is. How many swings and a miss do we need to see from women before we start discussing whether or not that philosophy has any merit? I'm just saying. Yeah, Starfear says, no subsequent statements made by Shinoy makes me think she'll be able to direct a Star Wars film that is not laden with woke shit. And you're exactly right about that. Erigmar says, I am some old fool who writes silly stories, English being my third language, which that's amazing. To write a novel in English as having it as not your first language is impressive, because writing it as your first language is a difficult feat. And I also knew another writer, her first language was Spanish, and she was writing a murder mystery in English. And I was like, that's playing life on hard mode right there. So great respect. But as Erigmar says, I dare say these new shitney writers are making me look like a bloody genius. Yeah, exactly. Starfury, you could have a stroke and be able to write better than Disney hacks. Dude, it is unreal how bad the dialogue is in all the Disney shows. All the D+ shows the dialogue is, aside from just being cringe, it's so boring. It's worse than soap opera dialogue. let's just take a moment to appreciate soap opera writers. You know what I mean? Like, a soap opera is 5 hours of new content every single week. There is a new episode every single day, every single week. That takes work ethic, folks. Now, it may be, melodramatic garbage. However, to write melodrama for a new hour of TV for every hour of the day, every hour of the week, that's a lot of work. And it's not, and the dialogue in Ahsoka and Secret Invasion and Mandalorian season 3 is not even as good as that. So what does that tell you? Starfury says, who is the bravest person in The New Hope? Oh, that would be Leia. I mean, can you even imagine a movie in which a female protagonist in a Star Wars film has to endure torture? Which, by the way, makes Leia a badass. She literally is about to be tortured by the Empire, and she's standing up to that, and she's enduring that. It's like, I don't think they would allow a woman to have that role in a movie now, because women are never allowed to be shown in a position where they are presented as being weak or frail, which is ridiculous. Because that is precisely the thing that makes Leia a brave character. Eric Marr says, the pienning is upon us, dear Captain. Yes. The pienning? That one goes over my head, Eric Marr. I need help with that one. Starfear says, I am at apathy and could not give a shit about Star Wars. Oh, you and me both. But I have to say, though, the reason why this story stood out to me is I made predictions. In 2023 that, like, folks, this is the worst year in Hollywood you've ever seen. Get ready to see the next word. Get ready to see a worse one, right? Dude, this is evidence. This is evidence that I am deadly accurate about this. I am deadly accurate when I say that these are idiots running these companies. It's not, how is it possible to be this dense? This is why, dude, this is a possible scenario that I see. If Nelson Peltz and Ike Perlmutter are able to pull this off in 2024, this activist investor takeover, this could be a game changer. Because what I think this could represent is this could actually result in them stopping this project from getting made. Like, they could totally, what's that guy's? Zaslav. What's Zaslav's first name? It's escaping me all of a sudden. I totally forget. David Zaslav. That's his first name. David Zaslav. They could totally pull a David Zaslav and just like pull it like he did Batgirl. Oh my God. Could you imagine the Rey? Could you just imagine the Rey of the shills? They'd be so mad. Oh, they would go into orbit, folks. They'd be so bad. I would love to see that. Would you? Look, it's like the character it's like Prince John in Robin Hood Men in Tights. If there's either going to be a wedding or a hanging, either way, we're going to have a lot of fun. It's like we're either going to get a Rey dumpster fire or we're going to see Nelson Peltz cancel it. Either way, we're going to have a lot of fun. That's how I see it. So yes, evidence if you are on this channel, as the great El Rushbo used to say, you are on the cutting edge of societal evolution. Starfear. Governor Tarkin, I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash. I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board. I know. That's classic. That's classic dialogue. That's like old school, just like serialized adventure stories. I love the way the characters talked in those movies. They don't talk that way anymore. They don't talk that way. They say dumb, banal stuff. Like this is a trend that really bugs me, by the way. I watch shows that are like 80s and 90s period pieces. And even Stranger Things does this to a small extent. They will say things in a way that only someone in like the 2020s would say it. Like they'll say some dumb phrase like we'll circle back to this, or just things that people would not have said in the 80s or 90s, and it bugs the shit out of me. And there's a lot of that in some of the Mike Flanagan shows, because he's a pretty talented writer for the most part. He's got 3 shows on Netflix I really like: Midnight Mass, Follow the House of Usher, and Haunting of Hill House. But even in those shows, they're taking place in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and you hear characters say things that just sound way too ultra modern. And it's like, I don't expect it to be period authentic all the time, but when they say obviously 21st current day things, it's very boring. Eric Mar says, Valen talks this way. Wait, hang on a sec. Oh, yeah, you mean the old classic adventure way. Yes, absolutely. Love that. My hero mouths off to villains. He quickly devolves into a gulag doll. My villains don't tolerate that nonsense. By the way, that's a great point, Stormcrow. I misread that. You were talking to Erigmar, but that was Stormcrow's comment. I love that point because it's like, have you noticed that in the modern msheu and Disney Lucasfilm, it's like all of the villains are they're super deballed, is the only way I can put it. They sort of allow things to slide that back in the day villains would not allow to slide. I think a villain who deals with threats with extreme prejudice is the best type of villain. Like, that is the villain that I like. Now, that does not mean that the villain is always going to succeed in stopping the hero, but I really dislike this trend of like every hero now has to also later become a good guy. Like, that's super annoying to me. Like the fact that like Captain Hook in the Peter Pan and Wendy, he turns out to be a sympathetic, bullied, lost boy who's just misunderstood. Like, I hate that shit. And and like Wanda in Doctor Strange Mom, how she's like, and the bastardized version of Loki in the Loki show, how he watches a replay of how he became a good guy, and now he's a good guy, and he wants to save everybody. It's like, I really hate that crap because there's something to be said for a villain that's like, execute them. And there you go. By the way, I watched the film Kingsman, and there is such a great scene in that movie in which the villain played by Samuel L. Jackson has one of the super spies dead to rights. And the super spy says, I don't suppose I could trouble you to tie me up to a table and have a timed laser, so I have a chance to escape. And Samuel L. Jackson's character says, this ain't that kind of movie, and shoots him right in the head. And by the way, that line gets paid off later at the end of the film in a brilliant way by the hero. And I just thought, see, that's clever. That's pretty clever. And that's kind of why Game of Thrones, I think, and Song of Ice and Fire became such a cultural phenomenon, because R.R. Martin wanted to do situations where the hero really could lose. Like, the hero really could get shot in the head by the bad guy, which I admire. But I do think there's problems with taking that premise too far in storytelling. So there we go. Erigmar says, missed the context on that one. Stormcrow says, at Captain Garrett, we can hate Martin all day, every day, but man, his dialogue still burns. I will never forget my reaction, because I never read the books, but which was kind of a value add in the early days of the show. I get to season 3, right? And that was at the peak of Game of Thrones, when we were having watch parties, like 10 people in a room watching it together. And so like all my friends are there. We're watching this show at my house. And it was the episode, The Reigns of Castamere. And you know what happens at the end of The Reigns of Castamere. That would be the Red Wedding. And, the whole episode, I have this feeling that like something bad is going to happen. I just know that. Like, something's not right here. Something bad is going to happen. Nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to see. And I will never forget that when the credits start rolling, I literally was like, I was staring at the screen in absolute shock. I just didn't even know how to respond to it. It took me days to sort of process that, of like, I just watched every character I was rooting for get murdered, like in bad, awful ways. And I couldn't even believe it. I just watched the doom of the entire Robb Stark rebellion gone. And I'm like, I don't even know how to process that. And one half of me was like, I hate this show. I'm never watching it again. And the other half of me was like, I kind of admire that. I really kind of admire the achievement of this episode, because it was such a slow build and it layered every little piece. So yes, R.R. Martin, not Dan and Dave, those idiots who think they're geniuses that adapted the show and then proceeded to run it off a cliff because they were so excited. Their eyes were just glittering with all the gold Hollywood was about to just spew and throw at them. All the projects they just didn't have any time for Game of Thrones anymore. And so they sort of forgot that they still had to write a good ending to the show, and they just screwed off. And now where are they? Have you heard of Dan and Dave recently? I sure haven't. Losers. Anyway, but R.R. Martin wrote a brilliant story, but he had a specific artistic vision that was brilliant and well-informed, and that was a well-done deconstruction of the fantasy genre. That was a well-done deconstruction because it was like, let's look at this story from the lens of, by the way, things that have really happened in the Middle Ages, such as the Black Dinner, which the Black Dinner in Scotland is basically what inspired roughly the Red Wedding. Look it up. It's gnarly. And so that's brilliant. But the problem is these woketards in Hollywood that are talentless hacks, they go and copy it. Perfect example, Alex Kurtzman. I'm telling you right now, Alex Kurtzman ripped off so much of what he thinks Game of Thrones is. He ripped off so much of it in Picard season 1. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But anyway, Eric Marr referring to his amazing villainous crew. Starfury. A villain always has a good backhand slap to put the hero in his place. Well, it depends on the villain, you know. It depends on the villain. You know, I really like villains that sort of work their way to things indirectly. I like villains that now don't misunderstand. There is a place for the mad dog thug villain. I'm not denying that at all. You've got to have the mad dog thug villain here and there. But I really like villains that get at things in ways you don't expect, or that use sort of minimum necessary force to get what they want. Like, those are super, like, one of my, I guess he's not exactly a villain, but he definitely is an antagonist. Gustavo Fring in Breaking Bad is like one of my favorite antagonists in all of fiction, because he is so, like, his whole character is, he's so methodical. He has infinite patience all the time. And I love that, because he always does kind of the minimum thing he needs to do to get the point across, so that when he does unleash hell on either Walter White or some other rival, like when he does go full blown, like unleash hell on him, you see this other side to him, and it's shocking. Like you realize that, don't kid yourself. He may seem very polite and sophisticated and mild-mannered. He's got these little glasses and he's very refined, and he cooks a gourmet meal for Jesse, but don't kid yourself. He is every bit as ruthless and bloodthirsty as any other cartel member. That's brilliant character work right there. It is just brilliant character work. So I love a villain that kind of works their way to things in that kind of subtle way. Not saying every villain has to be that way, but I love a villain that does that. So, Poyo Surf, ahoy! Welcome aboard, Poyo Surf. Says, oh yeah! Bursting in here like he owns the place. Eric Marr says, keep reeling the Valen book, Swords and Starships, and you will see one such villain. I must do that, sir. I must do that. I literally need to just make myself read for an hour a week, because I'm just so stuck on like visual audio medium. So, but I need to set aside time to read, because I miss reading. I just haven't read much in recent years, and I really regret that. One of the hazards of our digital age, I'm afraid. But yes, I will keep reading the Star Shatter series. I want to get into that. And Stormcrow says, I have my trouble in my own story on how to inspire that level of dread that the Red Wedding inspired. I want to make y'all care and hate my villains. Let me tell you something, Stormcrow. Number one most important component in storytelling is characters. Absolutely 100% characters. Who are they? Back when I was critiquing Ahsoka, okay? Back when I was critiquing Ahsoka, one of my number one critiques of this show is none of these characters feel like real people to me. Like, none of them. Absolutely none of them. Even Ray Stevenson, who turns in this kind of amazing performance, it's an empty, hollow character, right? And I have an even better example. Bo-Katan, as played by the magnificent Katie Sackhoff, a very amazing actor that I love dearly ever since her role as Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica. Unfortunately, she plays this character in The Mandalorian who's sitting... This is the classic example, right? I'll just pull it up for you right now. The captain's on a tear now. You have unlocked Captain's Secret Rant. Okay, Mandalorian Season 3, Bo-Katan Throne. You've got to admire Google's ability to grab something. Here it is. You got it. It scares me how powerful the Google search engine is, because the YouTube search engine is the Google search engine. But here you go. Here you go. And I'm getting to my answer on this for you, Stormcrow. But take a look at this scene, okay?
It is Din Djarin. I am here to join you.
Now, that's all I'm going to play because I'm not about to get blocked over this piece of crap show. But why do I show you this, right? I see this scene, right? And by the way, you got to remember, this is before most of 2023 had happened, right? And this is my exact thoughts as I'm watching this episode. This will be at least mid to good. This show will be mid to good because, Disney can screw around with Boba Fett. I guess they can screw around with a limited Obi-Wan series. They could do whatever they want with Andor, but Mandalorian is the one. That is the one that is selling toys. That's the one that is selling Grogu dolls. They can't screw this up. This will be good. They will have good writers. They won't mess with this one, right? Now, I'm watching this first episode. I see this scene, and I have this thought. I'm like, what the hell is that? What does she do all day? She just sits on a stone throne. There's no one in this place. Who is she? Where are her guards? Where are her guards? Why are there no decorations? There's no flags. There's no table with food on it. There's no one there. Listen, look at this. There's nothing there. There's not even statues, really. There's basically just blank marble columns, this massive voluminous space. She just sits there on a throne all day, cooling her heels with nothing to do. More broadly, there's no suggestion of what's on this planet. There's no suggestion of why is she here? What is she doing? What does she want? Her character is like this the entire show. What was her childhood like? What is her mission? Why? What are some preferences she had? What's her favorite food? What is something she hates? Is she a musician? Does she like playing music? Is she a great fan of the Mandalorian musical traditions? Does she play the Mandalorian lute? Does she have a pet? Does she like pets? Does she hate pets? Does she think pets make you weak? My point is, Stormcrow, she has no character. She has no character. Ahsoka is just like this. Sabine is just like this. Hera is just like this. In fact, there is more character in these characters of Ahsoka in this video. And I think we are long overdue for this video. Don't you? You know what it's going to be, Starfury. You know exactly what this is going to be. Yes. Hang on. Add to stream. There is more character in Ahsoka in this little intro than there was in the entire show.
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the master of evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy. Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change. Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown.
Yes!
Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot, with the heart of a pilot who is always dressed to pilot. And Hu Yang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
Yes! Dude, in that scene, she blocks a blaster shot with her wrist. Did you see that?
With the threat of a new Star War looming over them, they wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save one of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedis. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them.
Who may or may not be able to help.
But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, hat tip Prism for putting that is one of the best things all year. That's and poor Stormcrow. I'm giving you the most ridiculously long-winded answer ever, and that's very unfair to you. But my point is what? In the show, who is Ahsoka? What does she want? I have no idea. What does she have a mission? Does she have a goal? Is she wandering the galaxy hunting down Imperial Remnant? Is she a member of the Republic? Is she just a Ronin trying to find herself? I mean, like Thor. Like what's her deal? I don't know. In the show, there's no sense of purpose to her. She just appears and is looking for a map. She finds the map, and then she's looking for Thrawn. But there's nothing below that. What is she wrestling with? Does she have guilt about the fact that she was the apprentice of one of the worst war criminals in Star Wars? In the galaxy? No. Sabine, so my point with why I like that is that intro actually does start to suggest kind of the outline of some interesting character dynamics, because in the show, Sabine's just a girl boss. She's just a girl boss. She's a Mandalorian. She can do whatever she wants. She doesn't have the Force, but she gets it by the end because she just needs it, and she gets it. And there you go. And now she can use, and then she gets Ezra's lightsaber, and conveniently Ezra says, nah, you keep it. It's your lightsaber now. So she gets a lightsaber with almost no effort. She wanders, literally the villain hands her the keys, just hands her an animal to go find her long lost friend Ezra, and points her in a direction. She spends 1 hour looking for Ezra, finds him. And of course, now that she's betrayed the entire galaxy just to find him, she's like, I don't really want to talk about it. Nice to see you, brah. They sort of fist bump. It's pathetic. It's lifeless. There's nothing to it. At least in that dopey 1986 trailer, there's actually the outline of something kind of interesting there, because they say, Sabine, weapons and tech expert, hopeless Jedi, that actually suggests something about her character, that she longs to be a Jedi, but she can't. And I would say that would be a great character element for her. It's like she literally she wants to be a Jedi, and she's ashamed of the fact she doesn't have the Force. And if I were writing it, she would never get the Force, because I think that is an interesting element for her character. That like she struggles with that, and it would be an interesting exploration of what is it like? What is it like to not be good with the Force and to not have that ability? And that doesn't even preclude that, like, maybe in a later season, she starts to earn it, right? But my point is, with every character, villain or hero, there must be a balance of flaws and flaws and strengths, right? They should have both. And I always kind of look at it like this. If a character is really good at something over here, There should be something over here that they really suck at, or something, or if people love them because of this, there should also be people who hate them because of that. You know what I'm saying? So that is kind of true of villains. It's true of heroes. They kind of have to. There should be sort of a push and a pull. And then the second part of that is you've got to flesh out who are they? Like, what was their childhood like? What are some of their favorite things? What are things they hate? And if you want, you can Google like character profile sheet, right? And get like prompts for it, like things they're afraid of, phobias they have, just whatever it is. And but what that's if you really want to go deep. And if you're writing like a TV series Bible, you do need to kind of go that deep. But at least when you're starting out, just write a paragraph. Write 2 or 3 paragraphs. What is their life? What is motivating them? What are they afraid of? What means more to them than anything? And then if you still feel like this character is not interesting enough, go write another paragraph. Okay. I'll give you a perfect example. I was working on my protagonist, John Sullivan, years ago, like in 2015, when I was first writing the idea. Blood and Oak, hat tip Blood and Oak. That would be the captain's novel on Amazon. Blood and Oak. It is a rousing nautical adventure in which a young midshipman embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge when his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates. He's on a quest to save her. That all kind of grew out of the fact that organically, I envisioned a captain. I said, I'm going to have this captain who rises through the ranks in the early years of the American Republic. And my goal is he becomes a character who participates in the War of 1812. He's a captain during the War of 1812. That's my vision, right? And I said, okay, I was kind of working with my friend. I said, he is a guy who never surrenders. Like, that's a very important part of his character. He never surrenders to his detriment, like to the point where it's actually kind of crazy and reckless not to surrender at times, because there are times where you're just beat. And my friend asked me a great question. He said, why is he like that? Why does he never surrender? And I said, you know what? That's a great question, which caused me to like dig deeper into his story and say, like, okay, what happened in his life that taught him, rightly or wrongly, this lesson that you must never, ever surrender, and you must always fight, even if it's hopeless. And the answer to that came in the form of his family was abducted by the Barbary pirates. And he watched his father surrender to the Barbary pirates to save his family, and it horrified him. It humiliated him. His father was his hero. His father was a god to him, and he watched his father get on his knees and beg for mercy from the Barbary pirates. And from that day, and in John's view, failed his family. His father failed his family by surrendering to the pirates. And so John's attitude ever since then is, my father is a fool and a failure, and I will never make the mistake he made. I will never be on my knees for anyone. And so that became that fundamental backstory of why he's like this, why he's so reckless at times, why there's times where he seems like he's a man possessed, right? So that's how you get at it, right? If you feel like your story's not interesting enough, start asking questions. Why is this character like this? Why does this character why is this so important to them? And what's interesting is the more layers you add to that, the more the story will start to write itself at times. And it's also kind of a liability, a good liability, because you'll write yourself into situations where you suddenly realize this would never happen. Like this character in this situation would never show mercy on this, perfect example. I was writing a scene a long time ago in which John is in a tavern, and one of the patrons at the tavern makes a wisecrack about his sister. And I was like, I wrote that out of the scene, because if anyone made a wisecrack about his sister, he punched their lights out and maybe worse. And that would have kind of like destroyed the plot in that situation. It was wrong for the chapter. So I just removed the scene in which someone said that to him, because I knew nobody's getting away with saying that. The bad way to write it would have been to put that in there, but then because I wanted the plot to happen, I just allowed John to let it slide. Just for no reason, John decides, you know what, I forgive you for saying that. Well, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. And I know that. So knowing your characters, giving them that life, giving them that depth is what will solve that problem for you. And the character of like Shikishima in Godzilla is just such a great study in this, because he's so just that burden of guilt that he has from being a failed kamikaze pilot. He perceives himself as a coward. He thinks he may be dead. He failed twice. He failed his duty as a kamikaze because he ran away, and he failed to shoot at Godzilla in the beginning when he had the chance. And in his view, got those men killed that Godzilla ate in the beginning. And that is a driving force, not just for Shikishima, but for us as the viewer, because later in the film, spoilers for Godzilla, later in the film, when he's in that cockpit flying his mission against Godzilla, the way that we see Shikishima is so different in that moment than the way we saw him in the beginning. And I was moved almost to tears in that scene, because, you know, it was just very primal for me, because it's like, this is a man who has spent his life as a coward. He hates himself for being a coward. He failed to protect his family. There's an amazing scene in the film where Godzilla has just nuked the city and killed someone that Shikishima cares about. And Shikishima looks up at Godzilla, and his face is just coming out of the cloud of smoke. And Shikishima just screams at him. And it's not just a scream of rage. It's a scream of hatred and impotence at himself for failing to protect the people he loves. And so all of that is bound up in that moment when he's in that plane and he's got this resolute, steely-eyed stare. He's testing the plane's abilities, and then he's flying into the jaws of Godzilla. It's magnificent. It's not magnificent because he's a man in a plane flying into the jaws of Godzilla. It's magnificent because of who he is and what his life has been up to this point, and the amount of fear and terror that he must face in himself in order to be able to protect the people he loves. That's why it's so powerful. That's why we're invested. Does that answer your question? Thanks for the question, Stormcrow. It's just an excuse for me to talk about writing. Absolutely. So yeah, work on your characters. That's kind of my number one. I think plot is what happens after you have your characters. Right now, that's not to say, obviously, you kind of know in your mind, you know, I'm going to have this happen. I'm going to have that happen. I know there's going to be a battle with this and that. But you know, the real work is getting at who the characters are first, so that then we can get into the headspace of then, okay, and how do we arrange the plot so that the character lands in these places that they need to land, that would work for that character. And it's like, I really dislike the Monarch universe. I mean, it has highs and lows, but like, it's incredible to me that they can't write a character like Shikishima in the Monarch universe. Like, why can't they do that? They make these dopey MCU light sort of characters, and there's too many of them. And it's like, just give me a story about a man on a mission. Give me a story about a woman on a mission. But make it a story that's about this character and a few people that go with him, you know? By the way, Starfury, and this totally just popped into my head apropos of nothing, but we were talking about how Rebel Moon was an attempt by Zack Snyder to just totally rip off Seven Samurai and the Magnificent Seven. And then that just made me realize, because someone was criticizing Mass Effect 2, I think on Wrangler's stream. Do you know what Mass Effect 2 is? Mass Effect 2 is the video game version of the Magnificent Seven. That's what it is. You are Shepard, and you are up against an impossible army to defeat, and you have to recruit the Magnificent Seven to go fight the Collectors. That's what it is. I just thought I'd tell you that. And that's why I like Mass Effect 2. I didn't even know that's why I liked it. So yes, what else in the chat? Let me catch up on the chat. I think I got that. So Stormcrow says, you know what? Forget Star Wars. Look up Galaxy's Edge by Jason Anspach and Nick Cole. Imagine Star Wars mixed with Halo, written by two veterans who are massive Tolkien geeks. That sounds pretty rad. That sounds pretty rad. Let me make a note of that. You guys are giving me like a playlist here. You're making me a mixtape here. Galaxy's Edge. But that sounds like that failed that failed attraction at Disney World. Wasn't that what they called it? Galaxy's Edge? But this is not that Galaxy's Edge. But I will say this. I love the Halo games, and I like the Halo trilogy, and I do like parts of the Halo Forerunner plot from Halo 4. And Halo 5 was a mess because the plot was all wrong for it. But I mostly like Halo 4 as well. I liked Halo 4 a lot. But what I will say is I tried to read the Halo novels, and that world just does not work beyond the video game for me. Like, it's just not terribly interesting outside of the video game. I don't know why, because it is a great story. It's a great story, but it's such a video game story that, like, I never feel... Mass Effect is different. Like, I've read the Mass Effect novels, and I love those. They're really good. I just don't get that feeling with Halo, which is just weird. Isn't that weird? It's weird. Weird. Starfury says, I can deal with multiple addictions, gentlemen. Well, you came to the right place, sir. Because Eric Mar's trying to addict you to Star Shatter, which is what we're talking about. Starfury says, I take it your captain character will... no, here we go. Will end up on his knees surrendering and will come to the realization his father was right. Oh, yeah. Well, you'll just have to read the book, Starfury. You'll just have to read it, okay? I can't give that away. So your novels, Stormcrow, a 12-novel independent series. Is this oh, you're talking about Galaxy's Edge? A 12-novel independent series. It's about a group of soldiers fighting against a corrupt galactic republic and post-human monstrosities. Also Red Star Shatter. Awesome. Redoubt Production says, good evening. He is here. Ahoy. Redoubt, good to see you. Just as Eric Mar disembarks. Well, it was good seeing you, Eric Mar. Thanks for stopping by. Hail to the Star Shatter universe. Check it out. Hat tip Black Knight. Awesome. What else we got in the stack of stuff? We have Grizzy Shills, folks. Are you ready for some Grizzy Shills? So yes, as I was pointing out, the captain... You know, I had the profound realization that there is not a lot of IQ points in the writers' rooms and the executive suites of Disney, Marvel, Lucasfilm. Would you like some more evidence? Would you like some more evidence that they have learned absolutely nothing? Let's see here. We'll just get this one in real quick, and then we'll do Grizzy Shills, because I have mad evidence for you, folks. Marvel, this from CBR. Okay. Marvel executive producer discusses the MCU's recent struggles. Okay. That sounds promising. I love how they just soft pedal all their recent struggles. You mean every single film and show they release is panned by critics in an unmitigated ratings box office disaster? Is that the struggles you're referring to? Marvel Studios executive producer Brad Winderbaum opened up about the MCU's recent challenges and what it plans to do to improve its TV output. Why do these idiots even write this crap? Why do they even do this? Like, they don't even want to write. It's just so bland and boring. They're just towing the corporate line. Just have AI write your stupid articles, Leo Reyna. Why even bother with this? There's no passion. This is so lifeless. But I digress. Brad Winderbaum, an executive producer at Marvel Studios, spoke up about the company's recent troubles and how it plans to course correct its TV offerings. According to comicbook.com, Winderbaum acknowledged the recent struggles at Marvel Studios during a press junket for Echo, the upcoming blah, blah, blah. What was it? His comment was, we've learned a lot, Winderbaum said. We produced a lot of content very quickly, and we're primarily a filmmaking company. So you can see that our first round of shows have a very movie-like structure. They arc out the characters by the end. What characters, sir? What characters are you talking about? Nick Fury, who wanders from tavern to restaurant to tavern, doing a struggle session on what a guilty loser he is the whole show, and then it ends where it started. Yeah, that great character arc, bro. I felt like I was there. Quote, they feel like a standalone limited series. According to an October 2023 report by The Hollywood Reporter, Marvel Studios was following a more traditional production for its TV content after overhauling Daredevil Born Again because how it was made so far wasn't working. Marvel Studios eschewed TV pilots in favor of greenlighting, quote, $150 million plus seasons of TV on the fly. Yeah, not a great plan. Which depended more on film executives to run the show than the showrunners themselves and relied heavily on post-production and reshoots to fix whatever wasn't deemed to be working. And so what does this genius have to say? He says, well, moving forward, our content is going to feel a lot more like television, Winterbaum said. It kind of drives toward the horizon, drives towards the future, and keeps people engaged for longer periods of time in the more leaned back setting of your living room to set it apart, frankly, from the big cinematic event experiences in the movie theater. Oh my God, they have learned nothing. That they don't understand. That they don't understand what they've done wrong, folks. So let's hear the shills. Hat Tip Grizzy, link is in the description. Give him a like, give him a follow, and he is...
Well, everyone, Disney is back.
He is growing fast, folks. He's look. I just blink, and this guy has 1,000 more subscribers. He's at 14.6 right now, and he's just crushing it. Just crushing it. So here we go. I have not seen this. This is a live Captain React. Play.
Well, everyone, Disney is back at it again. Every time they have a new movie or Disney Plus series releasing that nobody gives a shit about, can you guess what time it is?
What time is it?
It's time to send out the shills.
Yes, it is.
Don't be afraid.
Phenomenal.
Really dark, gritty. It's the new MCU.
The new MCU. The msheu, if you will.
Dude.
Out the shills.
Don't be afraid.
Phenomenal.
Really.
They just, this looks so fake and so produced and just so manufactured. Oh my God, it's just so boring. It's so boring.
Gritty. It's the new...
Look, folks, I give you the modern MCU audience. The modern MCU audience. It's just absolute definition of hipsters. Just total hipsters. Oh my God. This is who they think the Star Trek audience is. This is who they think the Lord of the Rings audience is. This is who they think the Doctor Who audience is. Now listen. This is no disrespect. Anyone is welcome to love these shows. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these phony, fake normies that don't care about this shit. They don't really like it for what it is. Listen, proper Doctor Who, proper Star Trek is neckbeardy, okay? It's neckbeardy. People like this should be like, ew, Doctor Who, gross. That's the way that ew, Dungeons and Dragons? Isn't that something that neckbeardy nerds who can't get laid play? Ew, gross. Like, but these are the people that are going to tell us about how great Echo is. Are you ready? I sure am.
The msheu, if you will, which is all about strong women.
God, Critical Drinker, or somebody made this point. I think it was
the
Critical Drinker.
The msheu, if you will, which
Amelia Clark never changes her expression, folks, ever. In the entire Secret Invasion show, never. I think it was Nerdrotic in his top 5 woke disasters. There's too many things I watch. And he's like, dude, congratulations to Amelia Clark for pulling off the amazing feat of acting of never changing her facial expression once. It's the same one.
Which is all about strong women, identity politics, and pandering to as many diverse groups as they possibly can, which this Echo character does a fantastic job at. Disney Marvel actually managed to check off 3 pandering boxes with this character. Strong women, minority, and she has a disability.
But is she gay? Will she be dating King Valkyrie? That's what I want to know.
I love the fact that the main character was deaf and then I got introduced to a whole new world.
She's badass and
Oh, just oh my god, just I can't even take it anymore. I can't, dude. Listen, we nerds had a good run, okay? We didn't know how good we had it when we said, oh yes, me and my friends on Saturday nights, rather than going to kegers, we like to play a game called Dungeons and Dragons. What the hell is that, nerd? Well, it's very cool. It's this game where you have a pencil and paper and you write down who your character is. You get to name your character and you get to decide whether you are an elf or a dwarf, and you're on an adventure. And like, what, like this, like Mario? Like, what is that? Like a video game? No, it's not a video game. So it's a board game? No, it's not a board game. Exactly. You're just sort of make believe. You just make believe with your friends. What? Well, there's dice in it. There's dice you have to. What are you talking about? Get away from me. You smell funny. We didn't know how good we had it when that's the way the world looked at us. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I read these comics about this superhero and he's blind and he's able to like leap from tall buildings and beat the crap out of criminals. How's a blind person supposed to do that? That's what, well, you see, when he went blind, all of his other senses got enhanced. And they're like, what are you talking about? Shut up, nerd. I'm trying to watch the game. We didn't know how good we had it, folks. Now would you like to know who thinks they are fans of all of our stuff? This is who thinks with her super hipster. Yes, I would like my half calf soy latte, and I would like it exactly 160 degrees, or I'm going to send it back because I need it to be 160 degrees in order to focus on writing my documentary screenplay. And also, I am a giant fan of the MCU. It has a very toxic fan base, and I really don't like them very much, but I really like all of the deaf, blind, and disabled gay characters in it, and that's why I love it.
She's to a whole new world.
she's badass and she's also deaf.
It was American Sign Language, it was Indigenous history, so it wasn't just an action show.
And I wouldn't be shocked at all if they decide to check off one more box and make her gay.
Bob Iger here. Making Echo gay would be a monumental achievement for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And with a TVMA rating, we could even include some hot lesbian scissoring action if we wanted.
Oh, scissor me timbers.
Oh, fuck yeah. Now that's the hot shit I want to see. Imagine the sounds a deaf woman would make.
It's what I like to call the msheu formula. All of these characters are perfect or nearly perfect.
What the hell did I just... What the hell was that? Oh, Grizzy. Let's just move on.
Perfect with relatively no flaws. And when these strong female characters do have a flaw, it's overcome almost immediately and with relatively no struggle whatsoever. All we've seen in these trailers is just her kicking ass.
She's badass and she's also deaf.
She's badass.
Oh, God.
She's also deaf.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
And the only way Disney, Marvel, and the msheu will use her character flaw is to turn her into a victim. For example, I fully expect a scene like she's standing in line at Starbucks, having trouble ordering, and there's a group of people behind her laughing and making jokes about her. They most likely will all be men. She'll eventually have
and they will all be white. Let's just face it.
Enough, turn around and go all strong woman on them and kick all of their asses, rising up against all of her oppressors. And they actually named the final teaser trailer Time for a Queen. I mean, how much more on the nose can you get?
Oh. But I thought that women wanted to be called kings now. I'm confused, Marvel. I thought it was King Valkyrie, not Queen. Thank you very much. It's Queen. The pronoun is Queen. Thank you. It's King. I mean, whatever the frack it is.
She's badass and she's also deaf.
Nice leading lady vibes. She's very cool.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No. These are not. Show me your long boxes. Show me all of your action figures. You don't have any action figures. Excuse me, Sir Madam Marit. Could you please explain to me how the magnetic constrictors work in the warp core of the Enterprise? You can't? Fake nerd!
And look at all these people that they went and got to come shill for this show. They're actually checking all the pandering boxes with them as well. They even stuck a trans in the video for less than 2 seconds.
It's the new MCU.
Typical Disney, sneaking a trans person in their video for 1.1 seconds and not even allowing them to speak. I mean, for God's sakes, Disney, even the deaf guy spoke.
As a deaf person, I feel very proud to see that on screen.
A little bit hypocritical of you, but at least you were able to check off one of your pandering boxes.
If you're not a Marvel fan, this is a great way to be introduced to the Marvel universe.
What? If that's not proof that Disney Marvel is telling these people what to say, I don't know what is. This is going to be the least viewed MCU project ever. Why would you tell your friends new to the MCU to start watching with this?
You're a bad friend.
Echo is streaming on Disney Plus January 10th. Watch it.
How about new?
Thanks for watching. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Yes. Good job, Grizzy. You get him. Actually, you know what? That just went right into another video I'm going to show a little later in the stream. But, you know, has anyone ever read The Catcher in the Rye? Watching that video, I'm just reminded of The Catcher in the Rye, which is, I read that book. It was required reading in my English class. I don't know. It's like a sophomore in high school, maybe, if I recall. And but what's interesting is it's like one of those books that you just know is like, it's required reading. And so you're kind of preparing yourself to be bored out of your gourd, you know? And what was interesting about it is I start reading that book and I'm like, I freaking love this book. I mean, the title is so enigmatic that you have, anyone can tell you about The Catcher in the Rye, the title, and you're like, what is that about? I have no idea what that's about. It has no hint of what the book is actually about. You read the book, even Lord of the Flies is a slightly more intriguing title. It's like Lord of the Flies, what does that mean? But still, there's a imagery that conjures that suggests malevolence and the decay. And so there's something interesting there. I have no idea what A Catcher in the Rye is. So I start reading this book and it's about this young guy, Holden Caulfield, going through life. And he's you're basically the book is about a man who goes through a nervous breakdown. That's basically it's very much like Falling Down. It's very much like Joker or those types of character studies about just a character that is mentally suffering under the weight of the world and is sort of at a breaking point and just kind of is getting closer and closer to that breaking point. So it's a brilliant novel. But the main thing about Holden Caulfield that makes him very relatable to everyone that reads it, I feel like everyone who reads that book comes away saying, I am Holden Caulfield. Like I feel like I am this character. And let's face it, all of us have at least moments in our life where we feel like this character. Some of us more than others. But he's basically a character who feels lonely, misunderstood. He's an outsider. But the number one thing that drives Holden nuts is what he calls phonies. Because he goes around the world and he feels like everybody he encounters is trying to sell him something. Everyone he encounters is trying to con him out of something. Everyone he encounters is trying to get something out of him. And they pretend to be his friend. They pretend to like him. They pretend to be polite, but they're all fakers. They're all liars. They're all phonies. And he hates phonies. He absolutely hates them. Like whether it's teachers, whether it's politicians, whether it's just people he meets in a store, whether it's supposed friends, whether it's his family, it doesn't matter. Anyone he perceives as a phony who's got a hidden agenda is someone that is sort of his enemy, which is part of his failing as a character, because sooner or later, making an enemy out of everyone you encounter in life is not a recipe for mental health. You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, like just that concept of being surrounded by people that are smiling in your face, but they don't really give a shit about you, and they're just lying to your face all the time, or they're just trying to get, in modern terms, we would call it trying to get clicks and likes and all that sort of thing. Just always trying to get things. By the way, please like and subscribe. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. This is the Captain's Cast on Swords of Starships channel. Anyway, so he hates phonies that are always trying to like get something for nothing, right? And I found that really resonated with me, because I hated that. I hated the authoritarian nature of school. I just, there's all these supposedly smart people who are teaching you things. And I encountered some of the dumbest people I've ever encountered in my life were teachers at my school. Dumb people. I had a math teacher in high school, one of the dumbest men I've ever seen on this planet. He was absolutely ineffective as a teacher. I hated him. I absolutely hated him. I hope he's doing fine now, but who cares? And my point is, teachers are supposed to be respected because supposedly they're the ones who have all the answers, right? Which is why I hate the phony arguments of authority of like, well, the scientific community says, or the approved intellectual critic class says. Phonies, all of them. Now, when I'm watching this thing of these shills, right, talking about, I'm just, as a deaf person, I'm so happy that I'm represented in this. And it's so powerful to see this strong whammon, this Native American whammon. And it's like, number one, those people are phonies. They're phonies. Okay. But even if they're not phonies and they're being deadly serious about it, which I don't know, maybe they're dumb enough to actually be serious, sincere. It's like, dude, look at how phony this company is. Look at how phony this is not storytelling. This is fake, phony activism. This is all storytelling has become. It has become a vehicle for activism. I mean, in all seriousness, why are these people never learning their lesson? After all this failure, all these defeats, all this controversy, $1.3 billion lost at the box office in 1 year alone. Why are they hiring a radical activist documentary filmmaker who even says, I'm not even a trained filmmaker, and they're hiring her to save Star Wars? And she's immediately going out and telling everyone in the fan base that this is about making you uncomfortable in an indirect way. Why are they doing that? Because they're not in it for the money. Because they're not in it for storytelling. They're not in it for art. All of those things are irrelevant to these wackos. They are in this for activism. Why? Well, because we are entering the end stage of what has been a multi-decade project of taking over society's culture and redefining everything. Why do you think that everything in society now is so focused on the words you can and cannot say? You thought about that? Pronouns, things like dead naming, just, things like disinformation. There's good information, there's bad information, there's information you're allowed to hear, and there's information you're not allowed to hear. That folks, if you don't, you may not want to fight what's happening here, but if you want a culture that is about art and beauty and storytelling, these freaks have got to go. Like, they have got to be driven out of filmmaking. Their projects need to fail. Their projects need to fail to succeed at the box office. They need to be called out on their bullshit. They are phonies. They are fake people. They don't give a shit about deaf people. They don't give a shit about the plight of women in Pakistan. They don't care. They don't care about the plight of people in China. They'll thank a concentration camp, Disney will. They're happy to do it in the credits of their films. They don't give a crap. They don't give a crap about the plight of black people. They're happy to hide Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster in China to make money. They don't care. They're in this to take over our culture, and for a long time they have been winning. So, I had this conversation. My dad was saying, you need to start a political channel. And I'm like, well, as a side project, I might consider that. But honestly, My passion is art. My passion is storytelling. My passion is writing. And my passion used to be just enjoying superheroes and adventures in the stars and space and whatever it was, right? That was my passion. And that's what this channel is about. This channel is about that passion, swords and starships, that the things I love. Maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I would have seen, honestly, not even that long ago, 5 years ago, I would have viewed a political channel as more of a contribution to humanity, because it would have been about fighting for, whatever. That would be activism, right? That would be activism. But what I would rather do is just nerd out with you guys about nerd stuff. That's what I would rather do. And I would rather be able to watch a movie and not be bothered by all this bullshit, right? And I just said, I actually think that what I'm doing on Swords and Starships, which I did not wish it to be, I do not want it to be a political channel, but it's not a political channel, but in terms of culture, folks, we are in this fight, whether we want to be or not. They will censor every movie we've ever loved. They tried to get Donald Trump removed from a scene in Home Alone 2. Now, listen, whatever you think of the Orange Man, that is irrelevant. The fact that they want to censor art and say that we are not allowed to see the art as it was originally created. I mean, I was aghast when Lucas took the Han shot first. I'm a big Han shot first guy, okay? That is a major change to a artistic work that stood for decades, and that was ridiculous. And that wasn't even politically motivated, and it was ridiculous. I'm against that. I'm just against it. And folks, they will strip mine everything that we love. They have strip mined all of our properties and turned them into vehicles for their activism. And if you don't believe that, well, you ain't watching this channel if you don't believe that, because that's what they're doing. You've literally got Obaid Chinoy admitting it. She's admitting it. Activism informs everything I do, either covertly or overtly, her exact words, folks. Right? So why am I making this case? Because I'm telling you that, this captain ain't taking it anymore. We're not taking it anymore as a fan base. You cannot have our characters. You cannot have you cannot have our culture, and you do not get to define what our moral values are in society. You do not get to define that for us. We will not allow it anymore. Oh, you want to call us racists? You want to call us sexist? You want to call us homophobes? You want to call us all those things? Well, who cares? Who cares? You're woke lunatics, you're cancel pigs, you're going down. You're going down. That's how it's going to go. So we are taking our culture back, and we are rendering you irrelevant. So make your stupid Rey movie. Make your big old Rey girl boss movie. Oh, make it an absolute feminist rag. Just make it the whole thing. It will fail. You can market it all you want. You can do all the fake influencer fan reviews that you want. It will fail. We know it will fail because we are intelligent, and you are dumb activists at Disney. You are unintelligent, unskilled people who are in charge of things you are not qualified. I don't care what your genitalia is. You are not qualified. Obaid Chinoy, you are not a qualified person to be directing a Star Wars film. You are not qualified. You are a hack. You are qualified to make documentaries that are about the plight of actual women. By your own words, you are not qualified to make a Star Wars film. So our critiques will continue. Our criticism will continue. And we will build new things, and we will take our culture back. And if you are not in this fight, get in this fight, because it's up to you. It's up to you. What kind of society you want to have? What kind of society do you want to have? Because, and I will say this, the right conservatives have absolutely failed humanity on this score. They have failed humanity. They have failed humanity by calling video games stupid and anime satanic and, well, why are you watching a dumb cartoon? I still remember, my friend's dad, when I was a kid, he said, oh, you're watching that anime crap? Why are you watching that anime crap? Because he didn't know how to pronounce anime. So listen, but the time has come to take these things back, and we're not taking it back for our side. We're just taking it back for neutrality. It's like, I don't want a bunch of right-wing crazy propaganda in filmmaking either. Activism does not inform any story I write, and it never will. Not ever. No fictional work produced by the Swords and Starships channel or studios will ever have a political bias. Now, will it be informed by the beliefs and values of the people who write it? Of course. But the story will itself be for everyone. It will be politically agnostic, and it'll be bold. It'll take the stand it takes, but it will never be propaganda. It will never be pushing on you a belief on one side or the other, because that's not what stories are, right? That's just a narrative. That's just a vehicle. So there you go. Captain's rant over unceremoniously. Wait. I went. I don't even know how I got on that rant, but I guess following on that conversation with my dad, I made that case to him. I said, listen, I know that. Look, there's tons of political channels out there. There's tons of great political channels out there. They're a dime a dozen, and I think that, myself included, a lot of us either center, apolitical, or right wing, or just moderate, with any of those, right? We failed to understand that our stories were becoming a vehicle for just naked political power hunger, and we gave up that territory, and that the more important project, in my view, is to take back our stories and take back our culture, because our stories are the story we are telling each other about who we are and what we value. I kind of like backed off it a little bit when I said this on the last stream, but I'm actually going to lean into it on this stream. Godzilla -1 is a pro-life movie. It is a pro-life movie. Godzilla -1 is a story about a man whose duty was to die for his country in a lost war. And if he did not do that, if he did not give up his life for the state, he was a coward and he was unworthy of life. And in his culture, particularly in that time, that meant self-deletion, right? And that is a story about how wrong that philosophy is. That is a story about how, if he had self-deleted, if he had followed through on his mission, he would not have been there to stand between Godzilla and Tokyo. And it's such a magnificent story because it's about the value of one human life. Meanwhile, in the woke project, we have the wokest countries are the ones that are fast-tracking assisted self-deletion, such as Canada, where you can self-delete. Oh, your life sucks. You can self-delete, because that just means you just need a way out. And rather than helping people find the reason to live, rather than helping people find the meaning and value. So the stories we tell. Do you think a story like Godzilla -1 is going to get made in Hollywood? The chances are close to zero that story gets made in Hollywood. Japan is making that story, not Hollywood. Japan is making a story that is pro-life, pro-living, pro-humanity. Now, if you want those to continue to be the stories we have in our culture, which then will inform the culture, then that's why we're in this fight. That is why we're in this fight. We didn't choose it. Just like Frodo in Lord of the Rings, I wish the ring had never come to me. I wish that none of this had ever happened. But as Gandalf so eloquently puts it, that is not for us to decide. So do all who live in such times. But that is not for them to decide. Well, it's not for us to decide either. And I have chosen my side. I've chosen my fight, and I've chosen my side. And that's just how it's going to be. So the time comes. Stormcrow says, hey, you know what? Rant about Kai Lang, the coolest Mass Effect character ever. Well, that would be a fun departure. I like Kai Lang. Do people hate Kai Lang? Is that, or you're not being sarcastic? I honestly don't know. I hear people say they hate Kai Lang. I don't. He is a lieutenant. He's a lieutenant bad guy. The real bad guy of Mass Effect 3 is the Elusive Man. He is the antagonist, right? Kai Lang is his lieutenant. So for me, I think that's a pretty good. Those are your real villain, who is an intellectual. He's complex. He's nuanced. He's sympathetic in many ways. That's your elusive man, played brilliantly by Martin Sheen. Kai Lang is just his bulldog, his dog on a leash that he sicks on Shepard. And actually, what I liked about Kai Lang is he is a physical match for Shepard. The elusive man is not a physical match for Shepard. Although he does have fighting ability in his background. He was a special forces guy, if you've read the comics and the novels. So his real name is Jack Harper, and he was a special forces operative during the First Contact War. So he does have fighting ability, but can he fight Shepard? No. And even if he could, that's not his place. That's his play. His weapon is his mind and information, right? So it's fitting that you have Kai Lang, who is a physical threat to Shepard. So I like Kai Lang. He's cool. Starfury says, "Stop describing me to everyone. I like my neck beard." And as well you should. A proper nerd should have a little neck beard here and there. I was watching this show, The Fall of the House of Usher, and was it Usher? No. It was Haunting of Hill House. And one of the actors in the show has the most just manly neck beard of all. Like, it is a neck beard that's like goes all the way down to the chest. And I'm like, damn, that is a hell of a neck beard, man. you gotta respect it. And Redoubt Productions, you are exactly right.
Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Get him, Az! Get him! Yes! Redoubt. Butters after reading Catcher in the Rye. Yeah, because there was that great film with Mel Gibson, Conspiracy Theory, in which Catcher in the Rye is a book that's always on the shelf of like every assassin that's taken out a president or something like that. I forget what the lore is in that movie. But yeah, that's all I knew of Catcher in the Rye before I read Catcher in the Rye. And then I read Catcher in the Rye and I'm like, that's a really great book. Yeah, it's basically what inspired films like Taxi Driver, Falling Down, Joker. It's basically the predecessor to those stories. Starfury says the Cold War we are fighting is won and lost at the intersection of culture and politics. And I just can't help but think of just family members I know who they look up to Rey Skywalker because she's a girl, and they just don't know any better. And I just feel bad for them because it's like, you deserve a better character. You deserve a better character than Rey to look up to. And if we don't take our culture back, right, these are the kinds of examples that they're going to have. They're going to be given these fantasy women, right, that never have to struggle. Everything in their life is about how badass they are, how everyone owes them something, how every man in their life is to be resented, how their ultimate ideal should be self-aggrandizement, the pursuit of wealth and a career, and they never need to fall in love. They never need to have a man in their life or a companion. That life is all about. It's very bizarre, isn't it? That the wokies, which are ostensibly lefties who hate capitalism, it's like, well, I mean, that's the farthest extreme of capitalism. The only thing you should care about is your career. Like, that's a bizarre mindset. Isn't that weird? Like, I find that bizarre, But anyway, they deserve to see characters that have to actually earn it. I would never want to be presented. Well, I have been presented with male characters that don't have to earn it, and they're boring. They're boring, obnoxious characters. They don't speak to me. Luke Skywalker choking out Jabba's guards in Jabba's palace is only so amazing and cool because of where he started. That's why that's so cool. So we got to take our stories back, man. Wrangler says we can turn the tides of the culture war with fictional characters. Come on, nerds. We were made for this fight. We truly were. We must use our powers of nerddom. And yes, Stormcrow, even your characters. Starfury says, I will withhold my money from any project until I'm given good writing, and well, you should, sir. And Stormcrow says they hate how out of place he is and how edgy he is as well. He doesn't necessarily feel like a Mass Effect character, Kai Lang. I sort of get that. He did have a very... He did seem like he belonged more in like a spy, like a James Bond villain kind of character. And Shepard usually didn't. But I sort of disagree. I disagree because Kai Lang... You know, I get that. I also felt like he was a bit jarring as a character because we had never quite seen a character exactly like that before, where he's literally like a comic book nemesis to Shepard. But then again, Saren was a super spy as well. Saren was a Spectre, Shepard's a Spectre. And you do duke it out with Saren in a very James Bond versus the villain kind of way in multiple scenes. So I don't know. I don't know exactly. I'm not saying they're wrong to feel that way. I just don't really, on paper, there's nothing about Kai Lang that seems out of place for the Mass Effect series. So what is it about him that feels out of place? I will say this. I will say that Mass Effect probably set the bar very high because Saren is a very complex and interesting character with very complex motives. The Reapers are a very complex and interesting Lovecraftian kind of horror threat. Then you have the Elusive Man, who is this incredibly morally gray, very, very complex character with a very interesting moral imperative to like save humanity. But he's an ends justifies the means guy, which is kind of where the malevolence comes from with him. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. And then you've got who else am I thinking of? Well, I guess it's pretty much it. I guess it's pretty much your characters. But then you've got Kai Lang, who's just a by-the-numbers thug. And then in Mass Effect Andromeda, you've got the Archon, who is as boring a villain as they've ever created. Because he's like, I am the Archon. Submit to me or die. I'm here to conquer. And he proceeds to conquer. And that's all he wants. So the problem with Mass Effect is they set the bar very high with how nuanced and complex their characters are. And it's such a great story. I don't know that any future Mass Effect projects are going to be that good because in the early days of Mass Effect, you had really good science fiction writers like Drew Karpyshyn working on it. And these are old school sci-fi writers. These are Star Trek style writers. They're gone. Like they're no longer at the company. And I don't see them coming back. And I really worry that what you're going to get going forward with Mass Effect and even Dragon Age is kind of just boring by the numbers kind of stuff. And so that is disappointing as hell. Starfury says, Kai Lang's a space ninja. Exactly. Starfury understands. Ahoy! Michael Archangel is here. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the Swords and Starships channel. The captain welcomes you aboard. Disney lost Star Wars when KK said the Force is female. I know. Isn't it bizarre? Isn't it bizarre, Michael Archangel, that you've got this obeyed Shinoid babe who's out there saying it is high time. It's about time that a woman were in charge of Star Wars. It's like, what? Did you not get the memo? Like, Rey, hello, Rey Skywalker. Hello, Kathleen Kennedy's been running this thing into the ground for 10 years. What are you talking about? It's like, why? It's so bizarre. You know what it is? It's like their project, the woke project has, it's like Sovereign in Mass Effect when he says, we have the Reapers. We have no beginning. We have no end. That's the woke mind virus, folks. We have no beginning. We have no end. We just are. We just are big mad. About what? About everything. About race. What are you mad about? Well, the racism. Have you seen it lately? It's very bad. There's no beginning to it, and there's no end to it. It just is. It just is. Everywhere you look, there it is. It is a project that is, in my view, parasitic. It's a parasitic movement because it attaches itself and just starts, draining the life energy of whatever it attaches to. And when that husk is left with nothing left, it just moves on to the next thing. because there's no actual vision for it. There's no, Martin Luther King had a vision. He literally says it in one of the greatest speeches in modern history, one of the greatest humanist speeches of all time, the "I have a dream" speech. He says, "I have a dream," and then he lays out that dream of what the world will look like when the project is complete. The woke have nothing that is equivalent to that. The woke have no equivalent to the "I have a dream" speech because there is no dream to them. That for them, it's just the next stupid pronoun. That's all it is. It's like, well, we have 57 pronouns and everyone has now been forced at gunpoint to use them. Well, I get at that point, are they happy? No, they're not happy because now they've got to go on TikTok and do an even creepier video about, well, I'm now going to teach you how to use demon pronouns. Fucking God. So, folks, if that's the world you want to live in, by all means, just let them have the stories, let them have them. That's the world they're building for you. So, but not this captain. Stormcrow says, okay, compromise. Get stars without number. Write a campaign. Invite me to play with you. We can have our very own low-budget Mass Effect Star Wars campaign. The game lets you too. All right. Well, I will look into that. And actually, I would like to get a game going and stream it on this channel. I would love to do that. I would love to GM a game. And I'm thinking, I know, Tom, if you're out there, I know I'm still thinking about doing Fallout. But I just have too much on my plate right now. So I got to once I get a regular cadence of videos going, which I'm working on. I got some things probably about a month out from that. And then, and we'll, that's a good suggestion. I like that. So I'm going to look into that. Starfury says, can a man have a go at Star Wars, please? I know. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? But honestly, it's, as if I have to say it, but I don't give a shit what the gender of the creative is. All I care about is, are they good? Do they have chops? Can they deliver? That's all I care about. You don't have to beg, Stormcrow. I'll keep you in mind. Which, by the way, if anyone join, I have links to the Discord and the Gilded are in the description of the video. Join the community. And when I'm doing if I'm GMing a game and I'm whether I'm live streaming or not, I will keep the regulars in mind. So I'll reach out. I'll let you know on those platforms. I'll let you know. And yeah, I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to have some followers of the channel just jump in and do a live if you want. Obviously, I totally understand if people are like, I don't want to be live on the internet. I would totally understand. But either way, I will keep you informed and you just let me know. So what else do we have in the stack of stuff? What else we do have this Godzilla X Kong trailer. And at the risk of getting my stream blocked, I'm kind of tempted to watch it, though. I have not seen it. And I don't know. Before we move on to that, there is one, on this subject, because I do want to leave us on a high note with this topic, because I kind of swerved into taking on the cancel pigs. Let me just show you. We have been fighting one hell of a excellent fighting retreat for years, and now we are starting to inflict real cultural damage on their movement. And let me give you some evidence of this, okay? Try this headline. From Niche Gamer, Katsuhiro Harada pushes back against claims that Tekken is racist. Here we go. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The woke project has no beginning and it has no end. It simply exists and will always exist. It does not matter how much progress any society makes. They will nitpick something that is an affront. And so here you go. Tekken director Katsuhiro Harada directly commented on a post criticizing Tekken and Bandai Namco for a perceived lack of black representation. The original post criticizes that fighter Eddie Gordo hasn't been revealed for the upcoming game Tekken 8, but goes even further by claiming that the game's publisher itself is racist for not doing so yet. So you have this account, Unapologetically Black. The only reason, listen, this is their whole life is about this, folks. The whole life is about my skin color, my sexual preference, my whatever. I think that is a cringe AF way to live. I'm just going to put it out there. If you literally put your name on Twitter, you know what I mean? Quarter Black gets an exception because he's memeing on it. But I think that if you do it in a deadly serious way, it's a bad way to go, folks. So anyway, Unapologetically Black on Twitter says the only reason why Eddie Gordo hasn't been revealed yet is because the creators of Tekken are racists and they don't care about black characters or dark-skinned people. So it's going to be a while until the real fighters come out instead of these white Latins and Asians. Oh my God. The absolute hatred these people have all the time. I mean, 24/7, they are pissed about everything. To the Twitter handle, Unapologetically Black, you are a poison. You are a poison to culture and to people having fun and enjoying their life and being united. You are creating racial problems where none exist. You're delusional. You're paranoid. And quite frankly, this is a loser mentality. And you can just go kick rocks. You could just kick rocks, loser. But anyway, as the article goes on to say, rather than letting the accusation go unanswered, Harada responded personally and pointed out that there are multiple prominent black characters. Not that that is a requirement, by the way. Even if there were not, there is nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. There are no black characters in Godzilla -1. There are no white characters in Godzilla -1. There are no Latin characters in Godzilla -1. There are no deaf, blind, disabled, one-legged people in Godzilla -1. And to my knowledge, there were no gay, lesbian, transgender, bisexual, queer, or furries in Godzilla -1. And there is nothing wrong with that. That movie is a perfect film. But in any case, Harada was explaining that there are, in fact, multiple prominent black characters in Tekken. Harada also provides an anecdote regarding his own experience with representation as a Japanese man. Quote, if you think you can just claim anything that way and it will pass, you are mistaken. What is that? Leori? I don't play Tekken, so I don't know. Leroy? I cannot pronounce that name. Leori. Let's just say Leori. And Raven will kick your ass. Come to think of it, there are no Japanese characters in the American dramas and movies that I love, but I have never felt discriminated against because of it. What do you think is the crucial difference between you and me? I am sure you don't understand. You are not logical at all, and you are simply a delusional person who doesn't even realize that even if it were an emotional argument, it doesn't make sense. And to that, I say, mic check, mic check. Well done. Well said. Katsuhiro Harada. Folks, that is how it is done. That is how you push back on these loons. You just tell them, screw you. Like, screw you. Your opinion was not solicited. Goodbye. But it's such a great point, too. He's like, the fact that I am not represented does not make me feel discriminated against. You know what's also weird about this is like, go make whatever game you want to make. Write your books, make your movies, but you won't, these people. They won't do that because they're activists. They don't have those talents. They don't, and even if they tried, they would stuff it full of a bunch of crap propaganda that would bore their audience to tears and lecture them. And it's like, as I've said, stupid people. They are stupid people who do not have curiosity, who do not have an interest in what other people think about things. They have allowed resentment and bitterness to poison them. And I feel sorry for them. And as we all should. As we all should. And Stormcrow says, good night, sire. I hope to see you on a stream someday talking to Starfury. We should have Starfury on a stream. Night, everyone, says Starfury. Goodbye, Starfury. Sleep well, you sweet Prince of Maine. That's just, I don't know what that is. Never mind. Michael Archangel says, those struggling with any decent shows to watch, my suggestion, anime. And you know what? On that subject, well, technically, I don't think it's anime, but I did just finish Blue Eye Samurai. And this is a great show. It's on Netflix. One of them, a great show, slipped through the cracks. How'd that happen? I don't even know. But you know what's interesting? It's interesting to compare it to the Rey character, because you have in the Rey character this total Mary Sue. She gets everything handed to her. She usurps the role of the legacy character. She gets the Falcon handed to her. She gets Anakin Skywalker. The Falcon should have gone to Chewie, but she gets it. Everything is handed to her, right? Then you have this character of Mizu in Blue Eye Samurai, who is this lone warrior. She's lived this life of she basically is the victim of racism because she's half white in an era of Japan where white people are banned and are literally considered demons. And by the way, the show does some really clever things with that idea of like her enemies. There's a great scene where one of her rivals who's pursuing her and has been defeated by her, he has this vision of her as an actual like demon, like white demon with blue eyes coming after. It was very cool. It's a very clever use of the lore. But the show is not preachy about it. And what's great too is it's balanced, right? It sort of has a balance on both sides, because the enemy she's hunting is one of the 4 white men that she, assaulted her mother. One of the 4 assaulted her mother. She doesn't know who it is. So all 4 of them have got to go. And so she's hunting them all down. She views them all as her enemies. And so the primary enemy of the show is he's this, I think he's Irish. He's an Irish character. And he's basically an absolute ogre. He's pretty sadistic. He's a lot like the character of what the heck was the guy's name in the Iron Islands and Game of Thrones, who's just a total madman. He's just a total sadist. He's not like King Joffrey, who's like a petulant child, but similar. He's kind of a mad king sort of character. He likes to torture people for fun. Anyway, he has these brilliant monologues in the show about how the British are experts at killing and stuff like that. And you might think that it's a touch preachy at times, but I actually don't. I actually think it balances out in the course of the show really well, because there is some savage racism on the part of Japanese characters in this show, but there is also savage racism on the part of the white characters. But then there's also this really interesting layer to his character. What's the name of the character? I got to pull this up real quick because I just totally forgot it. Let's see here. Not that one. Just pulling up the IMDb real quick. Because he had a really... Oh, Abijah Fowler. That's why his name is so weird, because that first name is so bizarre. Abijah, but his last name is Fowler. Okay, so Fowler, played by Kenneth Branagh. Man, he did a great job as this character in the show. So Fowler is basically this Irish merchant who's kind of in hiding. He lives in this secluded castle in Edo period Japan, where white people are not welcome. And he kind of pulls the strings from the shadows. It's a really great character. Now, he is about as ruthless and sadistic as you can possibly get, but he tells this amazing story. And this is a good one for you, Stormcrow, because you were asking, how do I make villains interesting, right? How do I make my viewers, readers invested in my story? Well, this is a great example of this. So watch the show Blue Eye Samurai, because Fowler's a great example of how you do this. Fowler, on the surface level, is this racist ogre sadist, but then there's a layer deeper, because he tells this great story in the show about how he lived through the Irish potato famine, which was basically a famine more or less enforced upon the Irish by the British government of that time. And it's one of the great atrocities in history. And it's a good thing Starfury left, because he'd be big mad at me for throwing the British under the bus. but look, what I love about it though is he is himself a victim of oppression, because he is a victim of his family were starved to death to the point of cannibalism to survive. And so it's a big factor in why he's motivated. Now, the difference between that being it's kind of a save the cat, if you want, using the Blake Snyder save the cat methodology, that's a good save the cat for the villain of Fowler, because it makes him more intriguing. It makes him kind of sympathetic. Now, when I say sympathetic, I do not mean it gives him moral praise or it lets him off the hook morally for how evil he is. And that's really the brilliance of the show. Because, the sick Hollywood twisted morality of today is that Captain Hook is the real victim and the real hero in the story of Peter Pan and Wendy. Not so with Fowler in Blue Eye Samurai. He is absolutely not off the hook for being an evil, racist sadist. However, it adds such a level of depth and it explains why he's the way he is, that he had this backstory. Now, what was my point with that? Oh, I was talking about, to Michael's point, about great shows. So anyway, what I love about Blue Eye Samurai is there's balance and there's nuance and there's complexity everywhere you look in this show. And the character of Mizu, literally every stage of her life, she has endured being literally hidden away by her own mother for fear of being her mother being murdered, and her along with her mother for being half demon. She lived as an orphan, believing she was responsible for her mother's death. She has been bullied. She has been attacked. She had to hide the fact she was a woman. She had to hide the fact that she's white. She literally wears these glasses that hide her blue eyes. But the show is not about her wandering around bitching about it. The show is not about her saying, well, I'm glad that I get to make Japanese men uncomfortable because they've made my life very hard. It's like, no, yes, she's been the victim of unfairness in her life, but that's not what defines her. What defines her is her mission and her strength as a character, and it's what has fashioned her into this weapon of war that is just deadly. And you know what's great about her too is she has flaws. She has serious flaws, because one of the major themes about Mizu is that she is herself on a quest of revenge, and she's obsessed with it. There's a great scene in the show. Mild spoilers for Blue Eye Samurai. Mild spoilers for Blue Eye Samurai. But about halfway through the show, there's a character that helps her, and then she in turn helps this character. So this princess is kind of lost, and she's running from her crazy father that's trying to control her and make her marry someone she doesn't want to marry. Also a great character, by the way, this princess who lives as a kind of property to her father. So her and Mizu kind of team up in this one episode, but at the end of the episode, Mizu basically allows the princess's father's guards to take her back and does not intervene. And there's a character that is following Mizu around and trying to learn from her named Ringo, who's a great character as well. And he idolizes Mizu and thinks she's the greatest thing in the world. And, in the hands of a Wookiee, it would be all about how she's such a great girl boss and she's so awesome. But in an actual story, he idolizes Mizu, right? He idolizes her and thinks that she is the paragon that can teach him to be a great samurai. Now, he does know she's a woman because he does find out, but he doesn't care. He idolizes her either way, right? Well, he witnesses her do this and throw this princess under the bus. And he says, you've got to help her. You can't do that. You're a samurai. You have to help her. That's the samurai code. You have to be someone of honor. And Mizu says, she's better off. It's not my problem. And she'll just, she says she's better off. She doesn't belong out here in the world. Anyway, I'm not a samurai. I never told you that I was. My mission is revenge. And in revenge, there's no time for morals. There's no time for helping good, going and saving cats from trees. There's no time for that and he's crestfallen. Ringo is disappointed in her, and he leaves her because he's like, you're not who I thought you were. And this has a real cost for Mizu not like the soup. Mizu in the story pays a real emotional price, and her mission pays a price for this later, which is really good. So my point is that, she is this excellent badass warrior. She is this person who's overcome all this great adversity in her life. She's also someone who is on a self-destructive quest for revenge that is literally alienating good things from her life and pushing people away from her. And that's the difference. That's the difference between the girl boss. That's the difference between Rey. That's the difference between Obeyed Shinoy and this woke crap. Is like the difference is she is not presented as being 100% above approach. By the way, Blue Eye Samurai is the product of a male and female writing team. It is the brainchild of Michael Green and his wife, Amber Noizumi. They are a pair. They work together on this. So this is also a woman's work. This show is the product of a female creative who is putting forth her vision alongside her husband. And it's absolutely brilliant. It's got complexity. It's got moral nuance. Mizu is a complicated character she has good things about her. She has bad things about her. Every character in the show is like that. The villains are complex and interesting. That, honestly, you have the character, right, of Grand Admiral Thrawn in Ahsoka. And he's the most idiotic, incompetent boob that the show thinks is a genius chess player, right? Well, compare him to Abijah Fowler, who is the villain of Blue Samurai. Fowler is he is exactly what Grand Admiral Thrawn should have been in the show Ahsoka. He's exactly what Thrawn should have been, maybe minus the sadism, because I don't think that would have fit Thrawn's character. So minus the sadism, he's what Fowler is, because Fowler is a guy who has to live in hiding, even though he is wielding great power with the Shogun who runs the country. So he has a personal relationship with the Shogun, but there's this great element of how whenever he brings his annual gift of like gold, gifts, presents, whatever for the Shogun, normally an aristocrat would go to the palace and present it in the throne room to the Shogun personally. But because Fowler is a white guy and he's not supposed to exist, he has to go to this remote campsite high on a hill, kind of all cloak and dagger. He has to go into this tent and he has to secretly give his gift to the Shogun, and he resents it. And he doesn't even get to see the Shogun personally. He has to see the Shogun's sons. So that is the level of like self-humiliation that Fowler has to go through. But he's like one of the most powerful men in the country, and nobody even knows he exists. And he has to like hatch schemes, and he has a lieutenant that works for him that's like equally clever and interesting, and his motivations are complex. You can never quite figure out which side the guy's on, which is also great. So yeah, Stormcrow, you've got to check out Blue Eye Samurai for both of those characters, Fowler and his lieutenant dude. What the heck was the guy's name? That was, oh, dude, Taigen is such a great character. That's not who I'm talking about. But Taigen is this samurai that, okay, another example that Mizu is not a girl boss. So I will circle back to that in just a second. But I think, is it Heiji? Yeah, I think it's Heiji is the name. Heiji Shindo is the lieutenant for Fowler. Really great character. Very complex and nuanced. You can never quite figure out what side he's on. So check him out as well. That's a great study in how you create layers for a villain that makes them interesting and causes the viewer to lean in, or the reader in your case. But Taigen is another great character because in the very first episode, okay, we'll just call it spoiler talk here. But in the first episode, Mizu fights this duel. Well, it's not. Yeah, it is a duel. It is a duel. It's not an official duel, but they're fighting basically to the death. She fights this guy, Taigen, who is the absolute best fighter in his dojo. And Mizu kicks his ass. Now, he gets a few good licks in, but it turns out she kind of was holding back, and he didn't know it, and there's a very good plot reason for why. And she winds up kicking his ass. And it kind of plays out pretty much like a typical girl boss situation, where you would think, oh, wow, she's just the best at everything. Now, in the fullness of the episode, it isn't like that. And I can get into the reasons why. But basically, what happens next is why it's so awesome, because he is humiliated. She cuts off his top knot, which is this great humiliation. And the princess who is wanting to marry him, he's basically considering seppuku. He's considering seppuku because his life is over. and he can't live with his shame or humiliation. And the princess, who is a very clever political character, I just love this character, she kind of charms him and says, you're not looking at this the right way. You need to look at this as she fought an illegal duel. She never formally challenged. Well, okay, they don't know that she's a she. So she says, this samurai, he did not formally challenge you to a duel, and therefore you were not actually beaten. So it's illegitimate. So what you need to do is challenge him to a proper duel, and then you can humiliate him and your honor will be intact. And he loves this idea. Taigen loves this idea. So he goes on this quest to go find Mizu. And it does not turn out the way he or Mizu would expect. And he's a great character. It kind of turns into a couple of episodes, become a sort of buddy Golden Fleece adventure with the two of them. And it's it just goes to show you that, like, there's a principle in storytelling that every setup should have a payoff, right? Nothing, it's okay to have a badass character walk into a bar and kick some ass in your opening scene. But you really only get like one of those, right? Without any other explanation. But what I love about Blue Eye Samurai is there literally is nothing that happens in this show that does not have a payoff down the road. That is really disciplined, really excellent storytelling, and it really it works well in this show. So there you go. I swerved into a review of Blue Eye Samurai, which I'm proud to report deserves its place on my list as the third best series of 2023. Let me catch up on the chat here. Got that one. Godslayer X is in the chat. Ahoy! Cooking, but tuned in to see how you cook. Well, good to have you here, Godslayer. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. We've been talking about the Rey disaster. We've been talking about Hollywood has learned nothing. Disney in particular, and Hollywood in general, learned nothing. They've learned nothing from 2023. And we've been talking about Blue Eye Samurai. And we even had some Grizzy shills. So it's been a barn burner already. Michael says, roll that R. You're exactly right. Michael says, I suggest giving the Japanese names of the anime you're watching. I don't have anything currently I'm watching besides Blue Eye Samurai, which I just finished. I am in the middle of Attack on Titan. I need to finish that one. But animes I have watched that I really enjoyed were the original Berserk anime. I love. It is incomplete, so you have to read the manga if you want to see the rest of the story, and I recommend it because the manga is fantastic as well. Blue Gender is my favorite anime of all time. When I was a kid, I loved Escaflowne. That was a great anime, and I love the movie and the show. And Neon Genesis Evangelion had a good start, but it just did not have a good ending. So I'm not wild about that one. Ghost in the Shell was a good one. So I have a few that I like. I'm not the biggest weeb ever though. Like anime was more of a thing in my life when I was a teenager, and then I kind of fell off with it. So I'm happy to hear your suggestions as well. Are you talking about Blue Eye Samurai based off of Neo, a Japanese manga? Makes sense. You are so right about this, Michael Archangel. Anime represents strong women in such a good way. 100%. They really are able to do strong women brilliantly in anime. And it's usually, and you know why? It's very simple. Because they're human. That's why. Because they're human. It's just that simple, folks. And humans are frail. We are frail, flawed creatures. That's who we are. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. It doesn't matter what your race is. We all are flawed, fallen creatures. It's just what we are. And so the girl boss is antithetical to portraying a human, because a human is not perfect. A human does not win all the time. A human has to suffer. A human suffers, okay? And what's bizarre is, listen, I mean, this is maybe a layer too deep, but if you want to know what Captain Garrett really thinks of what's truly like at the very bottom core of what's driving the modern feminist. I would argue it is pain which has matured into, it is metastasized into revenge and resentment is what it has turned into. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, someone who feels hurt, someone who feels that they have had things unfair happen to them, and they are able to put a narrative to it, which allows them to identify an enemy, and they have just gone full into that. They have transmuted their pain into resentment, which is really just another kind of pain, and they're perpetuating it. When I see Obaid Chinoy saying, "I like making men uncomfortable," she in that scene, she is specifically talking about Pakistani men, because that was in the context of her work as a Pakistani documentary filmmaker about real women's oppression in that country. She's talking about people who literally could threaten her life. She's talking about making men uncomfortable who are liable to throw acid in her face or, have her offed. Okay. So I actually am quite sympathetic to her when she went in the context of why she's saying that. Because what she's talking about is this is serious oppression. This is serious tyranny. Something white, liberal, woke women don't know shit about. Okay. This is what real oppression looks like. And when I see that, what I see is that's real pain. That is, I have lived in a culture that is horrific in terms of how it treats women in certain areas. There is horrific oppression there. That creates real pain. The problem is Obaid Chinoy has allowed that pain to turn, rather than transmuting it into power and an abundance mindset and a love of humanity and a love of where things are working well, which is what I think the goal of forgiveness, the goal of getting out of pain and out of grief is to eventually get to a place of gratitude, right? It's the difference between saying, I have to acknowledge my hearing privilege, which is resentment and guilt culture, versus I am great. It made me grateful for what I have and that I have the gift of hearing, and it made me appreciate the limitations this actor has overcome, which is an abundance and positivity mindset. That should be the goal, transmuting pain into gratitude and forgiveness. The problem with the modern feminist is they have constructed a narrative which allows them to remain in a perpetual state of grief and misery. And misery loves company. And guess what? We're the company. We're the company they claim they don't want. If you don't like my politics, don't read my book. They mean the exact opposite, folks. They need us. They need us. They need us. They need to know that we're in the audience. You think they don't care about the money. It's not about the money. It's about the activism. And what they want is to know that we are sitting there with our eyes peeled like a Clockwork Orange, and we're being forced to watch Doctor Who twerking in a kilt in a gay bar. They want us to be in that audience, folks, and it pisses them off that we're not in the audience. Because misery loves company, and they want us to be miserable with them, folks. I don't actually think that they get any enjoyment out of making this woke crap. They don't get any more enjoyment out of making it than we get out of watching it, folks. I'm deadly serious about that. They may have deluded themselves into thinking they do, but they don't. They truly don't, because you can't be in a constant state of hate and resentment and misery and be happy. It's not possible. The goal of life is to get out of that state, So anyway, that was a long way of saying truth, that humans endure suffering, but the goal of life is to transmute that suffering into success. Andrew Tate, I'm not like the biggest fan of Andrew Tate, okay? But he did have a really great quote, which is, when I get up in the morning, my goal as a man is not to be happy. I think the goal as a man of being happy will ruin your life as a man if you pursue that goal. My goal as a man is, how can I get up in the morning and do what will make me proud of myself and will make my family proud of me? That is a powerful point, because it's like what he's talking about is when you get things done, when you do your duty as a man, which often means doing things that you suffer. You suffer to get it done. You do things you don't want to do because it must be done and it's your duty. He said, and when you do that, the consequence of that is happiness. Well, well-written female characters like Mizu, for example, they get that benefit. You know, the amazing thing I think about Japanese culture is they are still very much steeped in that mindset. Whether it is a male or a female character in an anime story, okay? The fact that they endure suffering, the fact that they have endured pain and misery in their life becomes the whetstone that sharpens them into a blade, you know, and that comes, I think, from a long historical tradition of warrior culture where this is understood. And Western civilization is having that erased. We are having that erased from Western civilization. And trust me, when the Wokies are done with Western civilization, they'll find their way into Japanese culture. They're working on it. You saw that Twitter nut job calling out the Tekken guy and saying like you're a racist. It's like and he's literally having to say screw you. First of all, there are black people in this. Second of all the stuff I loved, a lot of the stuff I love in Western culture doesn't have Japanese people in it, and I'm fine with that. There's a character in Berserk called Casca, right? Who is the second in command. She is a woman soldier in a company of all men, and she is the second in command to Griffith, who is the leader of the Band of the Hawk, right? This is in the Berserk manga and anime. You know, the show never shies away from the fact, or the manga, whichever, in either case, it never shies away from the fact that when she is on the field of battle, she is a great warrior, but she is often taunted by the male warriors. Often, you know, there is one episode of the show and the manga where she literally rides into battle when it's that time of the month, and it's a mistake because she winds up so sick that she can't fight, and she falls off a cliff into a river and nearly gets hypothermia and nearly dies, right? And Guts actually saves her life in that situation. It's actually a great moment for both of those characters because they both are very closed off people who won't let anyone in. And in that episode, Guts and Casca start to both kind of let their guards down and they start to actually connect. And it becomes sort of the beginning of a romance between them. And it's pretty amazing. It's pretty well done. The reason why that's so powerful is because Guts and Casca have both suffered in their lives. They have both. Guts was the victim of abuse as a child, and she was the victim of abuse also. She was sold by her father into slavery, basically. And now she's the victim of oppression sometimes on the battlefield, right? And she has to constantly prove herself. So her and Guts both have these sort of wounded souls. They have both learned to shut the world out. And here they are, both in a very vulnerable state, having to work together to survive. That's not possible in woke storytelling. And that also means that having amazing female characters is also not possible in woke storytelling. So there you go. There you go. I love Casca. She's a great character. And I love that her character confronts the reality of what it would actually mean to be a female warrior in a medieval world in which, you know, let's face it, the battlefield is dominated by men. Okay. That just is the way it is. And men in a battlefield setting are not going to be, let's say, politically correct. Okay. By the way, Brienne of Tarth in Game of Thrones is another great example of this. She is an excellent example of a well-done female character. You know, it does help that she has the physical stature to look the part. But I love the fact that Brienne's character, you know, she's constantly made fun of for looking like a man, for being ugly. She's made fun of for doing something that women are not supposed to do in this world. But she does not allow that to define her. She does not allow that to control her life. That is what shapes her as a character. That shapes her strength as a character. And it makes her eventual kind of romance with Jaime Lannister all the more moving in the show until they ruined it in season 8. But we won't get into that. But it makes that romance, and it starts as a friendship and it evolves into a romance. It makes it all the more moving. And I think one of my favorite scenes in that entire show was right after Jaime Lannister's hand has been cut off, and he's still technically Brienne's prisoner, and they're both sitting at a fire, and he's kind of feeling sorry for himself. He's like, my life was that hand. I'm a loser now. My life is over. And she's like, oh, is that it? Is that what Jaime Lannister's going to do? Throw a big old pity party and feel sorry for yourself? And he's like, what? You expect me to recover from this? I can't. That's all I have, And she's like, well, now you finally get a taste of what the real world is. The real world is people losing things that are important to them, that they can't do without all the time, and they just have to deal with it. And now you've gotten a taste of that. Well, welcome to the real world. And part of why she's able to give him that lesson is because that's true of her life. She has had unfair things happen to her. She has had terrible things, things taken from her that were important to her. So yeah, magnificent piece of storytelling, and she is a magnificent example of how you can do a female character who is also a physical threat in battle, but is still plausible and interesting, and you're invested in her journey. And anime is so good at that. It really is. You're exactly right about that, Michael Archangel. Redoubt Productions says NGE hits completely different when you're a stressed out grade school student. That would be Evangelion. Yes, it is. It is very much about teen student angst. But Evangelion is one of those things that Redoubt says that's fascinating to observe rather than enjoyable, if that makes sense. I think the problem with Evangelion is that the character of, what was his name? Was it Shinji, if I remember correctly? He starts the story as a soy boy and he ends the story as a soy boy. And that's the problem with it. He never grows as a character, and that drives me nuts. I'm trying to think of like the reason I love Blue Gender so much is it's the opposite. It starts with Yuji wakes up as a soft soy boy fraidy cat, and by the end of the story, he is an absolute badass who saves humanity. So yeah, check out Blue Gender. It's fantastic. One of the most intriguing post-apocalyptic worlds I've ever seen. And I've never seen anything like it in Western storytelling, ever. It would make an exceptional adaptation. Like, if you made it into a movie, I think people would eat it up if you did it right. And Hollywood will never do that. So I don't ever want them anywhere near it. Michael Archangel suggests watching my favorite anime company, Shaft, watch Bakemonogatari and its many sequels. All right. Shaft, I'm making my list. Captain's playlist. What'd you call that? That's a mouthful. Bakemonogatari. I'm gonna make a quick note. I don't have a producer yet. Okay. Captain doesn't have a producer, so I gotta wing it. Clanad and Clanad after. You're not trolling me, are you? Like, these are real names, right? I love the Chris Benoit meme on the internet. That's like one of the funniest things. You have to look that one up because I'm not going to tell you. All right. You say one thing for Japanese, that Japanese stories, they often have very odd names. They often have very odd names for things. Like Blue Gender, what the hell does that mean? Well, you'll just have to watch it to figure it out. What else have you got for me? Redoubt says, this is somewhat unrelated, but how do you deal with the challenge of making history entertaining for future generations? I feel I struggle with this. Well, my belief about this is history as a subject matter is boring, but guess what? You're living in history right now. Like you are in a moment that 100 years from now, here's a great example. I think Elon Musk, 100 years from now, we will be looked back on the way that we look back on Edison, the way we look back on Einstein, Tesla, Isaac Newton, like the way we look back on those people in history. That's how people will look back on Elon Musk. He's a visionary. We are living in the presence of what will be in the future, a historical legend. Okay. So my point is, it wasn't history to the people fighting in the revolution. It wasn't history to the people whose brothers were dying at Gettysburg. Like, that was real life. That was drama. Okay. And I'm going to pull up a great YouTube clip for you in just a second, which I think will help. So my attitude is this. In the same way that I would never undertake to put my political beliefs into a preachy message in a story, neither would I attempt to put a history lesson into a story. I never attempt to do that. My attitude is, I'm just going to make it, I treat it like it's a time machine. I'm getting in a time machine and you're coming with me. We are going to step out of the time machine and we are going to be literally seeing a battle play out. We are going to literally be there with the characters. And so I just do my best to do really human characters, to just, what would it really be like to live in that time? And I look, I'm human and I do the best I can, but I try as much as possible to take my own modern sensibilities out of it. I try as much as I can to get my own modern beliefs out of it and just put myself in the headspace of people who lived in that time and what their lives were like. And I think the reason wokies are terrible at this is because they don't view history with nuance. To them, history is a make it up as you go along story. Oh, Isaac Newton was black. Why? Because we want him to be. Just because we want him to be. Like, that's it. So they don't actually look at history as what would it be like to have been there, right? They don't see it that way. They don't actually see, they just see everything in history as black and white. Ironically, everything is morally gray, except like, they would be incapable of showing, like, they cannot make a TV show involving black characters that does not revolve around slavery and racism, even if it's in today's world. Like, even if it's in today's world. Like, I hated that show, Lovecraft Country. I hated that show because I knew exactly what that show was going to be. That show was absolutely, it was just like the Watchmen series. It was 100%, white supremacists are the monsters in the show. And it's like, listen, obviously those people were monstrous in their time. But my point is, they never see history with nuance and complexity. Right? Could they ever portray a plantation owner in the South in a sympathetic way, not in a morally justified way, not in a morally condoning way, but in a sympathetic way that shows that their lives were a little more complicated than you give them credit for? You know what I mean? They can't do that. Let me give you an example. I was watching the show Outlander, which I'm a big fan of, which is about Claire, who is a 1940s woman who is transported into the 1740s. And then later in the show, she gets to about the 1760s, and we're getting close to the American Revolution. And she's traveling through Southern America, and there is a character in the show who, she is a good person. She's Jamie is the other protagonist in the show. He is born in the 1740s. He's a Scottish Highlander, and they are married, and they're traveling through early America, colonial America, and Jamie's aunt, who emigrated from Scotland, lives on a plantation, and she's a very nice woman, but she has slaves, right? And in the show, this horrifies Claire because Claire is obviously from the 1940s, and she views this as a travesty. But, this is Jamie's aunt, and she knows that, her aunt, treats them well, and she seems like a nice woman. But the aunt's plan is to give Jamie her plantation. Well, Claire is horrified by this because she says, well, I cannot be a slave owner. I cannot inherit a plantation with slaves on it. Like, that cannot happen. And Jamie's like, well, what do you want me to do? Like, she wants me to inherit this plantation. And she says, well, we have to set them free. Well, the aunt is like, what are you talking about? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, what kind of life are they going to have? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And she's against it. But Claire just insists on it. To the aunt, this is radical. She's like, that's a radical thing to do. But what's interesting about the episode is when Claire actually tries to free the slaves, like, oh, you're all free now. Well, what's interesting about it is the local government starts coming down on her. They're like, you can't do that. You have to file all these paperwork. You have to pay the early emancipation fees. But more than that, freeing one slave and paying all the fees and all of the ludicrous paperwork you'd have to go through to make that legal, The fact that she wants to free all of the slaves becomes an immediate problem, because that is like a radical thing to do in this time period. And the local government has a vested interest in maintaining the institution of slavery. So she literally starts getting death threats. She starts getting people coming to the door and being like, are you some kind of abolitionist? Like, what's going on here? Because I don't think you want to go down this road you're going down. It's a masterfully written episode because it portrays that even if you were some wonderful, wokey SJW warrior and you were transported to the antebellum South and you decided to just set all the slaves free, guess what would happen to you? Guess how far you would get with that plan? Not very far. Which means that a lot of the people that lived in that society, what hope did they have? To just so you may think that everyone that lived in the antebellum South is a giant ogre. Nothing could be further from the truth. A lot of those people lived in the society they lived in. They really didn't have much of a choice. They might not themselves personally own slaves, but like, what were they going to do about it? I mean, really, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, when I approach history, I approach it with an air of, I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging people in that time. I just want to get in the heads of the people in that time. And I want to make the story live. And if you will, and at the risk of losing 10 subscribers, I'm going to tell you that I'm a giant fan of the film Titanic. Yes, it is a cloying love story. However, what I like about Titanic is it does exactly what I'm saying is it makes the ship real. It makes the voyage on the Titanic real. It's not something in theory. It's not a story in a book. As the character of Rose says to Bill Paxton's character in the beginning, well, that's a very fine forensic description of how the ship sank, but the experience of it was somewhat different. And the tone in her voice suggests that, like, his very casual scientific explanation of the ship sinking, she lived it. And to live it was something else entirely. And then the movie proceeds to allow you as the viewer to live that disaster, right? That's how I approach history. Make the character live it and stop thinking about it as a theory. Stop thinking about it as a series of dates. Stop thinking about it as great events happening or not happening. And instead, just let them live in it, right? And the movie Napoleon, Ridley Scott's Napoleon, is the exact wrong way to do it. Like, that's the exact wrong way to do it, because he gave a history lesson. And frankly, it was a very bad history lesson as well. It was a boring one. So there you go. Redoubt says, I love talking history, but I feel I'm the exception and not the norm, being able to be interested by a mere story of history. Yeah. Well, there you go. There's my answer on that. I think you just have to, whether you like the movie or not, okay, I'm just giving it as an example of what I'm talking about. Titanic is a good example of what I'm talking about. They start by showing you the wreckage at the bottom of the sea. They start by showing you how modern people view it in the character of Bill Paxton and his treasure hunter divers, and how they just see it as an event. They just see it as like, oh, it was so interesting. Okay, here's the ship. It's coming in like this, and then it breaks in half and it sinks. To them, it's all just a theory, right? And that's what history is to people. And unless you like that kind of thing, it bores you. But I think that why you and I enjoy it, and anyone else who likes history, is because we have a tendency to just in our minds go there and just imagine what would it have been like to be on the Titanic while it was sinking. The people screaming, the band playing, the smokestack crashing down. What would that have been like? That's how you make history live for people. And then your audience, the history disappears and they're just there. Like, I mean, take Godzilla. Godzilla -1 is yes, it's a science fiction monster, but aside from that, it is a historical piece. Like, it's a historical piece. It takes place in 1946, right after the end of World War II, and it's relatable. Like, men and women both respond to this movie really well. They love it because it's very relatable. He's living in the ruins of a bombed out city. He's got this adopted daughter that's depending on him, and he doesn't know how to take care of her. That's not history. That's just the reality for Shikishima. He doesn't know he's in history, right? So that's how I get at it, and that's what I think is the secret, What else? I appreciate that little. I don't know if I don't know if the audience liked it, but I enjoyed that departure. Let's see. Oh, we're talking about, which one are we talking about? Neon Genesis Evangelion. Oh yeah, you were saying, so Michael Archangel saying Evangelion is holy anime wise, and I know exactly what you're saying on that, but not my favorite. I like the fact you could see the anime studio losing money as the series goes on. Yeah, I know. It is kind of sacred in anime circles, Evangelion is, and I think, the characters were great. The science fiction concept is great. The sort of apocalyptic battle with the angels is fascinating. It's a kaiju story that works well. Giant robots battling kaiju, and there's a lot of great stuff going on in there. And I love the character of Shinji's father, he's kind of this evil, elusive man type character. The problem is there's just no character arc, and that's why I can't get behind it. So yes, I hear you on that, Michael Archangel. Get in the robot, Shinji. Yeah, poor Shinji. He's such a loser, man. And he never stops being a loser. He just lets people bitch him around the whole show. And I really hate that. Battleship Yamato. I got to consider that one. Fu Man Blue says, maybe talk about history through a comparative lens to how things are now. Yeah, for me, I just think of it as a time machine. And that's honestly why I like historical fiction, because I don't have a time machine. So the next best thing is a story. Michael Archangel says, oh my God, you're Disney frying too much stuff. I was on a date to see Titanic. I fell asleep during that movie. Yeah, fair enough. I'm a nautical nut, and I'm kind of obsessed with. I was kind of obsessed with the Titanic story, so it was sort of my thing. That's James Cameron in your head. Let it go. Yeah, I know. There was room on that door, damn it. You'll never convince me otherwise. Dude, James Cameron and Ridley Scott and a couple others just need to stop making movies, because they have just become chickified. They've become super chickified. And, it's really rich to hear guys like Ridley Scott and James Cameron, who made their bones making things like Alien and Aliens and Terminator, just these very masculine films with, by the way, great female characters. But they were very masculine guys making masculine science fiction. And now that they've made all their money, and now that they're cultural legends, and now that they can have any project they want, now they want to throw all of us who love those movies under the bus and tell us that toxic masculinity is bad, and it's time to have girl bosses, and it's bad. It's bad that we had so much masculinity in movies. It's like, well, screw you. Just go away, retire then. Retire. As Redoubt Production says, his name is James Cameron, the bravest pioneer, the depth too deep, no budget too steep. Who's that? It's him, James Cameron. That's right. James Cameron does what James Cameron does because James Cameron is James Cameron. Oh, that's right. I was going to show you this clip, Redoubt. Okay, here we go. Are you ready for this? It's a bit tangential, but I think you will appreciate this. So let me grab this real quick. It's a bit of I got to do a bit of a Hail Mary search here. Screenwriter. Yeah, that's it. I got it. Here we go. With the magnificent Brian Cox. Okay, so let me set up this scene for you, and hopefully I won't get blocked for this. I'll keep an eye on it. But so if you've never seen the film Adaptation, I love this film. It's with Nicolas Cage, and it's a Charlie Kaufman movie in which it's about himself. He is his own character in the movie, Charlie Kaufman, and he has a fictional twin brother, I think, named Andy Kaufman, if I recall, who is also played by Nick Cage. And so the concept in the film is that Charlie Kaufman is supposed to be adapting this novel called The Orchid Thief. And he's struggling with it. He's got a bad case of writer's block. He can't get it written no matter what he does. He keeps failing. If you're a writer, it's just too close to home. Let's just face it. But anyway, he thinks he's a failure and a loser, and he's desperate. He's absolutely desperate to break this case of writer's block, and he just can't get there. Meanwhile, his screw-up idiot brother comes to live with him. Okay. He is not a writer. His whole life, he's been drifting around from job to job. He never knows what he wants to do, but he admires his brother and he decides he's going to be a screenwriter too. And of course, Charlie laughs at him and says, listen, you don't just get to become a screenwriter. Okay. There's important things you have to learn. Okay. Well, teach me, big brother. And he's like, oh, I'm not going to teach you that. I've got bigger things to do. So the brother starts writing a screenplay, and it's a slasher. It's a slasher movie. And he starts going to all of these writing seminars. And Charlie, who is just a snooty, intellectual type writer, tells him, oh, there's no rules in art. You can't go to a seminar to learn to be a great writer. Well, the irony of the movie is the idiot brother who's learning from all of the seminars about how to write actually starts writing a really good slasher movie. And Charlie's agent says, I'm going to sell this for a shitload. I'm going to make a ton of money off of this. Well, this galls the hell out of Charlie because he's still got writer's block and he's supposed to be the professional and he can't write it. So he gets so desperate, Charlie does, that he goes to the same seminar he made fun of his brother for going to. And he sits shamefully in the audience listening. But the problem is the guy that's giving the seminar, played by Brian Cox, is kind of making a lot of sense. And it might just be kind of helping him. And so he decides to ask a question at the seminar, even though he hates these seminars and he's against them. He thinks they're bad for writers and no real writer ever goes to one of these. He still winds up kind of sheepishly asking a question. Okay. And this is the scene of the movie. And I love this scene. Okay. So here you go. Nah, I'm at the wrong spot in it.
You can't find that stuff in life.
Here we go. There we go. Dude, Brian Cox is so good. He's so good. So remember, Nicolas Cage's character in this scene thinks that Brian Cox's character he's a hack and he's an idiot. He's not a real screenwriter.
Okay, thank you. We have a long 3 days ahead. Years from now, you'll be standing around a posh cocktail party congratulating yourself on how you spent an entire weekend locked in a room with an asshole from Hollywood for your art.
I am pathetic. I am a loser.
So, what is the substance of writing?
I have failed. I am panicked.
First,
I have sold out. I am worthless.
Last,
what the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck am I doing here? Fuck. It is my weakness, my ultimate lack of conviction that brings me here. Easy answers, rules to shortcut yourself to success. And here I am, because my jaunt into the abyss brought me nothing. Well, isn't that just the risk one takes for attempting something new? I should leave here right now. I'll start over. I need to face this project head on.
And God help you if you use voiceover in your work, my friends.
I love that because he's using voice. It's like meta humor. He's using voiceover in this movie. It's so
It's
great.
flaccid, sloppy writing. Any idiot can write voiceover narration to explain the thoughts of a character. Okay, that's it. 1 hour for lunch.
All right, just so I don't get hit, I got to skip to his question because I don't want to get blocked here. Okay, here you go.
Sir, what if a writer is attempting to create a story where nothing much happens? Where people...
Dang it, they're not going to let me show it. Okay, I'm just going to cut. I don't even know if I could show any of this because it's already giving me a warning. Damn it. So basically he asks a question. What if I did a story about nothing much happens? The character never really grows, doesn't go on a journey. It's more like real life. It's more like real life. And I'll see if I can get a little bit of his answer.
People are murdered every day.
Basically his answer starts with real life. Okay, you want to do a screenplay about real life. Okay, well,
there's genocide, war, corruption every fucking day. Somewhere in the world, somebody sacrifices his life to save somebody else. Every fucking day, someone somewhere takes a conscious decision to destroy someone else. People find love, people lose it. For Christ's sake, a child watches a mother beaten to death on the steps of a church. Someone goes hungry. Somebody else betrays his best friend for a woman.
Yeah, there you go. And he goes on this big rant, and he basically just ends it with, and if you can't figure out how to write a good story, then you don't know crap about life. And it's so good. It's so amazing. And he just destroys him. And it's like, and what I love about that is because he is the approved intellectual writer. He's an artiste. He is an official, and art cannot have rules. And there can't be all these silly things like save the cat and genres and all this stuff. But then he goes to this seminar and tries to say, like, real life, nothing happens. And this guy's like, nothing happens in real life? What are you talking about? And he gives him this amazing speech about, you don't know shit about life then. So it's great. So anyway, there you go. Great film. I would love to play that for you because it's magnificent, but I got a warning and they'll block my ass. They totally will. And I don't want that to happen to you, dear chat. Rumble wouldn't. Hell, hat tip Rumble. So there you go. Now, as I've said, though, like that doesn't mean that rules can't be broken in fiction. I'm not saying that. But I just love that, like, it gets him out of this snooty headspace that a lot of these creatives have. And you got to understand, like, it has a lot to do with, the most benign reason for a Last Jedi situation, the most benign reason is what you saw in that clip. It's Charlie Kaufman's character saying, well, that's not real art. A classic Epic of Gilgamesh hero story is not real art. Real art is he's a sad old man living on an island who thinks the Jedi were a bad idea. That's real art. That's what Rian Johnson says. And the most benign reason for that is that snobbish kind of attitude about art that Charlie Kaufman's character, that Nick Cage's character has in that scene. And what I love about the character of Robert McKee in that scene is he's like, hey, loser. Like, oh, I forgot that you didn't get to see that part in the clip, but like he said, well, if you try to write a screenplay in which nothing happens and the character never grows, you're going to bore your audience to tears. That's number one. But number two, nothing happens in life, and then he goes on that rant. It's like, so it's getting out of that snobbish mindset that I think is so crucial. And there's just so many of these creatives like Rian Johnson, the soccer ball head, that, I really believe this is Johnson's problem, is he desperately wants to be appreciated as an artiste, as an auteur. He I think Taika Waititi is kind of like this also, like wants to be known for, they want to be a Tarantino. That's what they want. They want to be a Tarantino. They want to be a Christopher Nolan, and they just aren't. They just aren't Tarantino. They aren't Christopher Nolan. They're never going to be. Because guys like Tarantino and guys like Nolan don't do what they do, right, so that they can be known as an artist, as an auteur. They do what they do because of the vision they have that they want and the things they love, the passions they have, right? And that's the point I'm getting at, is I think a lot of these woke, talentless hacks, that's how they think of themselves. I am an artiste and an activist. And there you go. In fact, that reminds me, yeah, I know, Redoubt. Like, you can't even get through. It's the one little clip. What's the big deal? Whatever. Anyway, I would never judge you for liking Guy Ritchie movies, Michael Archangel. I would never do that. Your captain would never. Now, let us. I came across this hilarious situation, and I thought I would share it with you. Because, as you know, I consider Christopher Nolan the premier filmmaker of our time. Should I go with so here's what happened, okay? Christopher Nolan is a fan of Peloton. He has a Peloton bike, and so he works out to Peloton. Well, he happened to be doing a workout with one of his live instructors. So this from the Hollywood Reporter, Peloton instructor responds to unexpected Christopher Nolan shout out. So basically what happened was Christopher Nolan's doing his workout, right? And the instructor started just ripping the shit out of his movie Tenet. This isn't the one I want. Let me get the other headline because I want to show you what she said. So this is what she said. grab that link. So here you go. See if I can share this screen. Oh my God, these ads are ridiculous.
Christopher Nolan, this moment from a 2020 Peloton class has been going viral for slamming the acclaimed director's sci-fi hit Tenet.
Did anybody see this besides me? Because I need a manual. Someone's got to explain this. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Do you understand? Seriously, you need to be your to understand.
Dude, you're Christopher Nolan working out, and this she's talking about your movie. It's so funny.
That's 2.5 hours of my life that I want back.
Did she ever think, that was Jen Sherman, that he would see that? Well,
She just tore that. She went on more. She said, like, you would have to be a neuroscientist to understand the plot of this movie. That's so funny. And so, but the thing is, like, she's dead on right. She's dead on accurate. Tenet is, I consider Tenet Christopher Nolan's only bad film. Because it is. It's a badly written film. The sound design is terrible. The editing is terrible. The exposition dumps are ridiculous. The title, the name of the main character is protagonist. I mean, seriously, bro. Like, come on, man. But hey, that's why I like Nolan. He reaches, and sometimes he flies too close to the sun, but he's got the talent to back it up. So he gets a pass once in a while. Well, he doesn't though. But my whole thing is like, good. You should see your critique. And so anyway, she kind of went viral. And so Jen Sherman, the Peloton instructor who made the headlines after Christopher Nolan recalled comments she made about Tenet during a Peloton class. She said, quote, "Huge day for me when I come to find out I'm the one and only Christopher Nolan fan, one of the leading filmmakers of the 21st century, who knows who the hell I am. To find out I'm the one and only Christopher Nolan." Oh, no, sorry, misread that. She said, "When I come to find out that the one and only Christopher Nolan, one of the leading filmmakers of the 21st century, knows who the hell I am." Continuing, she said, so that was her comments. I hate it when they do that. Oh, yeah. So in her response, she said, so I made a random comment about a movie I'd seen the night before, running my Peloton class, she means. What do you think the odds are that the director of said movie would take that ride some 4 years later? Yeah, that would only happen to me. And then she went on to say, I may not have understood a minute of what the hell was going on in Tenet. That shit went right over my head. But I have seen Oppenheimer twice, and that's 6 hours of my life I don't ever want to give back. So, Mr. Nolan, I'm inviting you to come take a ride with me in the Peloton studio. You can critique my class. We'll have a great time. You'll sit in the front row, and I promise you it'll be insult-free. And I'm like, now that's a pretty classy way to, like, respond. But also, you know, I think she should not have backed off on this because her critique was valid. So here's why it came up, because Nolan shared the story while accepting the award for the best director at the New York Film Critics Circle on Thursday. And he said, I was on my Peloton doing a high interval workout. I'm dying, he told the crowd. The instructor started talking about one of my films and said, has anyone else seen this? Because that's a couple hours of my life I'll never get back again. The crowd responded to his anecdote with laughter, and Nolan continued with his speech. In today's world, where opinions are made everywhere, there is a sort of idea that film criticism is being democratized. But I, for one, think the critical appreciation of films shouldn't be an instinct, but it should be a profession, he said. What we have here tonight is a group of professionals who attempt objectivity. Obviously, writing about cinema objectively is a paradox, but the aspirations of objectivity is what makes criticism vital and timeless and useful to filmmakers and the filmmaking community. Well, Mr. Nolan, you will always have objective criticism here on the Swords and Starships channel. And respectfully, Tenet was an absolute mess. But that's 1 out of 10. That's not bad. You're 9 for 10. So there you go. The Dark Knight Rises, but the rest of them were really good. But the interesting thing about his comment here, I would need more context, but I don't know. This is bordering on a bit of a snooty take because he's saying, like, in today's world where opinions are everywhere, there's a sort of idea that film criticism is being democratized. So, dude, I'm with Henry Cavill on this. Any audience member, any fan has a right to any opinion that they want to have. That's just how it is. And I consider it is every audience member's right to critique what they see. It just is. Now, I think they're being able to critique in a way that is entertaining and informative and actually gets people thinking about things. That is a skill and that is a craft and that should be honed. But that doesn't make someone's opinion any less valid unless you're Chris Stuckman. In that case, your opinion is worthless. But anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Well, okay. I do think if you say the movie was bad, in order for it to be a useful or valuable opinion, you should say why it was bad. I do think that. Like, and in fact, I never let anyone in my life ever tell me a film is good or bad without asking why, unless I'm truly not interested in the conversation. But if someone says like, "Oh, I hated The Dark Knight. It was the worst movie ever." I'd be like, "Okay, why do you say that?" Like, I gotta know. I gotta know. That's just how I am. So I don't know if he's saying that like you have to be an approved critic. But it was kind of bordering on that. He's like, what we have here tonight is a group of professionals who attempt objectivity. Do they though, Chris? Do they? Do you really think all the critics in that room attempt objectivity? Because I'll tell you what, none of them would have touched Sound of Freedom with a 10-foot pole. That doesn't smack of objectivity to me. So I'm sorry, but I think that whole ship has sailed. I think the days of the objective, approved, critical class is long over. Long over. Wrangler is back in the chat. Ahoy, Wrangler. All done with snow removal. Snow successfully removed. I love the snow. It does get old, but I love the snow. Redoubt Production says, Tenet was a bridge too far for Nolan in my eyes. I think he learned his lessons for the most part when making Oppenheimer. I kind of feel that too. Actually, I do feel that Oppenheimer seemed to have learned some lessons from Tenet. It really did, because like there was a little more discipline in the editing. And I did think that like the exposition in the film was delivered much more seamlessly in Oppenheimer. It was woven into the dialogue and the scripts much better. Oppenheimer had much more of an emotional core than Tenet. Tenet was gobbledygook. Tenet was absolutely, I actually think that this Peloton babe, what was her name? Jen. It was Jen Sherman. I think she's being too hard on herself because she's saying like it went over my head. I don't think it went over your head. I think you are plenty intelligent. What you saw is what you saw. It made no sense. The exposition in that film made no sense. So there you go. Redoubt Production says, I pay for the ticket. I have the right to say if I felt my money was well spent or was wasted. Yeah, I agree. And like, yes, I think that film critique it can be a profession, it can be a craft, but it does not entitle you to believe that your opinions are more important than anyone else's opinions. It just doesn't. My issue with, in all seriousness, my issue with a Chris Stuckman is he doesn't give any real reasons for the things he thinks. Like he doesn't actually, and also I don't agree with his takes and they're not that interesting to me. But, it's like you've got to respect the craft. Like, say what you want about Grace Randolph, or as Grizzy would call her, Chlamydia Burns. That's so mean. I wouldn't even call her that. That's too mean, Grizzy. Chlamydia Burns. That's too mean, even for Grace. But listen, Grace Randolph, like she may have the dumbest takes you've ever heard, but she's always got reasons. Now they may be nonsensical and contradictory reasons at times, but she does have reasons for why she thinks things are good. Like for example, he Vadered. Oh, he Vadered. That is a gift, though. She gave us a gift with that one, folks. You got to admit it. There's never been a better shill compliment of anything ever, except he Vadered. Oh, he Vadered. Like she's cooing at a cat. Well, you know what I mean? Like she's cooing at a baby. It's so, oh my God. This is not what Star Wars is supposed to be. This is not what Vader is. You are God. I'm having a moment, chat. I'm having a weird moment here. It just kind of hit me all at once that, like, I mean, it hit me, but it's like hitting me all over again. That, like, there was a time when Darth Vader walks onto the screen and there is a sense of malevolent dread. There is a sense of terror. There is a sense of fear. And it's like, now you have Hayden Christensen or a Vader on the screen. And what we have is, oh. How did we get here? Like, how did we get here? I don't understand. So much is not clear to me. Wrangler, you can have the snow. Yeah, fair enough. Michael Archangel says, the Batman Cookie Monster voice got old real. Oh, yes. That was a bad call. That was no doubt about it. Where's the trigger? This city just showed you. They aren't as evil as you are. Dude, Pete Holmes has the best meme on that. Pete Holmes is so good at memeing on that character. It's so funny. Adam West. Oh, well, I have to disagree with you on that one, Michael Archangel. I think Michael Keaton is the best. I think Michael Keaton is the OG. I don't know, because he just had that darkness, just that darkness in him. I think that was the best one. Although I really like. No, I think that was the best one. I do like Christian Bale. I just don't like that voice. I don't like the voice that he does. Ben Affleck wasn't, Ben Affleck won me over. It took a long time, but he won me over. Redoubt Production says Stuckman is either unwilling or genuinely oblivious to why mainstream movie making is collapsing. Dude, you gotta watch the EFAP on that guy. It's freaking hilarious on Mueller's channel. Wrangler says we got to make a meme or a gift out of He Vader. You know what we do? We do need that. We need a He Vader meme. Because I don't actually see anyone with a Vader meme. Let me add that to my list of things. He Vadered. He Vadered. Look at the red lightsaber. Look at the red laser, kitty. No, that's exactly. It's the laser pointer for cats. Be attentive. Be excited. And Redoubt says, yeah, I saw the EFAP this week. It is great. It is fantastic. Which it's so funny because Mahler was saying they're getting all this shit for doing all these YouTube EFAPs because why aren't you doing EFAP movies? And he said, well, the channel started out as EFAPing YouTubers. And then we started occasionally EFAPing a movie or a TV show here or there. But that came later. All right, what else we got in the stack of stuff? Which, by the way, I have been playing Fallout 3 lately, just apropos of nothing. I've been playing Fallout 3, and I was kind of just screwing around with it, but then it started pulling me in. And then I'm like, damn, I forgot how Bethesda games used to you would get lost in them. You would just get totally lost in them. Starfield was such a snore. I'm telling you right now, folks, like, quite aside from all of Az's issues with Starfield, I was bored. I mean, incredibly bored in the first scene of that game. And I found all the characters incredibly flat and uninteresting. I found the world, quite frankly, uninteresting. I did like the Starship. I thought the Starship was cool. I almost felt like there was an almost over reality to that game, meaning that they went so overboard trying to make everything look like hyper plausible, almost like The Expanse does it, but even more so. And I just felt like it actually was becoming sort of bland. There's no color. Everything looks kind of lifeless. Everything looks like a copy of something. And I got to tell you, seriously, like the first few minutes of Starfield, I was falling asleep. I was absolutely falling asleep. I've never seen a more bland space world. I just haven't. And the space combat in that game is garbage. I mean, the space combat in that game was so unbelievably boring and confusing and hard to figure out that I was just like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with this game. But there was a time, you know, in the days of Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4. Damn, could Bethesda do a game that just pulls you in, gets you interested in the side quests, gets you interested in these characters. And but here's what hit me, right? Because I love Fallout 4. I love the Commonwealth. I love it. I'm playing through Fallout 3 and I'm like, dude, this game is bleak. This game is bleak. I feel like the Commonwealth is too upbeat, and I feel like Fallout 3's Capital Wasteland is too bleak. I feel like the sweet spot is in between somewhere. And I'll tell you what, Appalachia in Fallout 76 is an absolute unmitigated mistake, because they created a Skyrim level beautiful setting in Appalachia, and it's supposed to be the post-apocalyptic hellscape. So I'm like, why are you creating a world that is as beautiful as Skyrim, but it's in Fallout? Like, that's wrong. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be burned out forest, dead plants everywhere, irradiated water, wreckage, just wreckage everywhere. That's what Fallout is supposed to look like. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Fallout 76 at all. There you go. Some unsolicited Fallout talk. I mean, I think we pretty much covered everything. Let's do the gong. 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 That's if you're shipping Godzilla and Kong. Then that would be a gong. No, let's do Godzilla X Kong and see if I can do it without getting blocked. I'm super paranoid ever since I got blocked. Now I'm paranoid. Everyone's out to get me, chat. Everyone's out to get me. Wrangler says Michael Keaton's version spawned Batman the Animated Series, which I consider to be the definitive Batman. And it basically is. Stormcrow says, at Captain, hey, before really dipping, any advice on how to create that menace and horror whenever you introduce your villain? Example, my villain is one that is responsible for breaking my main character's mind. My advice would be focus on who the villain is, you know. And by the way, I've written 2 novels and I worked very hard on them. I'm very proud. They're 2 beautiful novels. They're the greatest novels of all time. I'm very proud of those novels. They're the best novels ever. I have the best novels. Okay. But that being said, you know, I'm not like on the level of like, you know, I haven't written dozens of novels, and so therefore take what I say with a grain of salt. I'll give you the best advice I can. I have studied writing and story structure, but you know, my best advice is read what you want to write. Read a lot of what you want to write. If there's a villain you love, read that book over and over and study that villain. Like I love the first Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie. He writes the way I want to write as a novelist. Like he writes the way I want my stories to, just the way he does his characters. You know, he's much more grim. They call him Lord Grimdark for a reason. He's very grim. He's very nihilistic in his style of story. But so I'm not quite with him on that level. He's more of a George R. Martin style kind of writer in terms of storytelling. But his character work is impeccable and his plots are awesome. And and he has amazing prose. His prose is remarkably good. So what I do is I read his story. I bookmark parts of his books that I'm like, how did he do that? Like he wrote an amazing sword fight. He wrote just an incredible sword fight that was gripping, had me on the edge of my seat. I could see it in my head like a movie. I bookmarked it and I listened to it on audio over and over and over. And I was just deconstructing every beat of that sword fight. I was like, okay, he showed this. He didn't show that. He didn't describe that, but he did describe this. And I just kind of figured it out. And I just kind of looked at like, and so that is my first advice, is read villains that you think were done well. And then ask yourself, and like an interrogator, why did I like this character? What made this so menacing? What made this so terrifying? But my second point would be, don't so much set out to make the character horror and terror, like, you know, because I feel like that's a very high level way of looking at it. Like that's a kind of surface level. And I know that's your goal. Think of that as a target, right? That's a target, but don't try to force that, because if you try to force that, you won't quite get there. I think what you got to do is start at the bottom, right? I believe in a bottom up approach. Okay. And so the bottom of that story is forget that he's a villain. Forget that he's the guy that's going to break your hero's mind. Forget all that for a second. Just imagine him as a character in isolation and ask yourself, what does he want? You know, if he could wave a magic wand, what would he have? If the hero never interfered in his plans, what would have happened? What would his life would have been? If his plan worked out, what would it have looked like? Why is he doing it? And by the way, if he got what he wanted, would it make his life better or worse? That's a good one too to contemplate, right? Because think of the character of Walter White, not exactly a villain, but in Breaking Bad. What does Walter White want? He wants $737,000 so he can take care of his family when he's gone, right? Well, he gets that. And then what does he want? He wants more. And he gets more. Then he gets millions. He gets $90 million in drug money. And it completely destroys his life. So did he get what he wanted? Well, he sort of did, but it didn't turn out the way he expected, right? So you can imagine your hero, your villain, or your hero in the same way. Imagine they get what they want. Would it, you know, they may not know it. They won't know this, but it would have made their life even worse. So it's a good thing the hero showed up and stopped them. Kind of an in the weeds example. But that's how I would get at it, is just imagine your character as who are they? What do they want? Why are they the way they are? How did they get to be so good at breaking minds if that's what they do? How did they get to be that good? Right? The reason why Admiral Thrawn in Ahsoka is such a dumb villain is because, number one, he's supposed to be a clever strategist, and most of his strategies aren't clever because they don't ever stop the hero. They don't ever beat them. So there's no actual sense of tension. But beyond that, there's just no sense of why he's so badass. Now, in the novels, Grand Admiral Thrawn is a fascinating character because in the novels, it's explained that he became a member of the Empire in an organization that is human-centric. So in a human-centric organization where humans kind of are the order of the day, and it's a vaguely xenophobic civilization, right? He is the only alien in a room full of humans. So Admiral Thrawn has to work harder and he has to work with more intensity and more discipline than any other human who's as good as he is at anything. He's got to be twice as good to just get equal to them, right? So that's number one that motivates him, and why he's such a good strategist. I'm talking about the novel version, right? And that is why he became this just deadly efficient war strategist. Now, Dave Filoni, in all of his infinite non-wisdom, just did not include any of that in the Ahsoka show, which is why it's so bad. That's why Grand Admiral Thrawn falls flat. Because I think in Dave Filoni's mind, he was thinking, I want this villain to be a super interesting chess player that can threaten the Jedi. But he forgot to go back to the bottom and say, but why? Why is Grand Admiral Thrawn such an intricate chess player? Well, the novels do explain that. He was an alien in a pro-human organization. He had to fight harder than them. He had to be disciplined. He couldn't afford to make mistakes. A human can get away with a mistake and maybe not get choked out by Vader. Thrawn can never make a mistake. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So that's my answer to you. Make them a character first, then make your hero a character first without the villain. Like, who is Shikishima before Godzilla shows up? That's important. Who is Shikishima before Godzilla shows up? Who is Shikishima before Godzilla shows up and is leveling Tokyo? Very important. Then ask yourself, when these two characters get together, they're at cross purposes, what's going to happen? And that's another important thing. Why is your hero and villain at cross purposes? Right? Because the villain wants this, the hero wants the opposite, or the hero wants something that's going to get in the way of the villain. It's all very interesting. Like, I think the Elusive Man versus Shepard in Mass Effect 3 is a great example, because technically the Elusive Man and Shepard both want to stop the Reapers from destroying humanity. So they appear to be on the same side. However, Shepard and the rest of humanity want to destroy the Reapers and believe the Reapers, they have to be wiped out. Whereas the Elusive Man believes that the key to securing human supremacy in the galaxy is to control the Reapers. Now, that puts them at cross purposes because the Elusive Man opposes destroying the Reapers and Shepard opposes controlling the Reapers, even though they both want the Reapers to be stopped from destroying humanity. So what I'm saying is that cross purposes does not necessarily mean that they are totally opposed to each other. They just may have different methods that get in the way of each other, right? So those are some ways to think about it. John A. Douglas in the chat. Ahoy, John A. Douglas. Good to see you. Hello, good evening. Welcome aboard. We're kind of getting towards the end of the show, but hey, until the ship is in port, the show goes on. Oh, I'm talking about Mass Effect, the game Mass Effect 3. I think that's what you're referring to. I'm a little behind in the chat, so that might not actually be what you were talking about. Yeah, I tried. Wait, no. I haven't tried No Man's Sky. I tried the Outer Worlds, and I did not like that one either. I just did not like it was a very campy kind of style future, and I don't like that. I'm not typically a campy sci-fi guy. I like grounded sci-fi. So in theory, Starfield was right up my alley, but it just is boring as shit. I have not tried No Man's Sky, Michael, because I'm not a Minecraft guy, if that makes any sense. And No Man's Sky seems like the RPG equivalent of Minecraft, of like you just go out there, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong about this. I'm just saying this is the impression I have of it. It's like you go out there, you explore, you fetch quest a bunch of stuff, and you bring it back. And it's like that, or you build stuff maybe. That's not enough for me. I like a story that's emotional, that's driving at something. Like that's why I like Mass Effect. That's why I like Dragon Age. There's a story that's pulling you through. And that's what I prefer that to exploring, frankly. So I like Skyrim, but Skyrim has a pretty solid set of stories and side quests that are very story driven, which is why I really like those. And you're saying I'm wrong about this. You're saying it's really not like that. Okay, fair enough. I got to check it out then. Elite Dangerous, that one I have not heard of. I have not heard of Elite Dangerous. You guys are making me like just a crazy mixtape here because I've got novels, I've got anime, and now I've got video games recommended in my stack of stuff. Fu Man Blue with a warm welcome to Wrangler John A. Douglas et al. Fu Man Blue says, the Reapers are like the Ring. What do you mean by that, Fu Man Blue? This I'm very curious about. By the way, in case you're just joining us, I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Our mission on this channel is to explore nerd entertainment genre culture and also to take back our stories from bad storytellers. And that is what we do here. And I would say if you've just joined us, if you're enjoying the content, consider a like and a subscribe. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter, X, formerly Twitter. More content on the channel to come. We are here every Sunday, same bat channel, same bat time. So yeah, I've got to check that out. I just, that is, by the way, if you've ever watched The Internet Historian, I don't know whatever happened to that guy. I used to love The Internet Historian. Those are some great videos, but he did this whole thing about No Man's Sky and the making of that game. And it is like, now normally when he does one of these like development hell video game stories, he's usually just ripping the developer to shreds because of all the ways that they screwed the fans, or, they released a bad game. It came out too late, whatever. Well, he kind of does the same thing with No Man's Sky, but about halfway through, there's a twist because it turns out that it's a redemption story. And it's really good about how this guy, he seemed to be scamming all the people who believed in No Man's Sky, but it turned out the guy really just was in over his head. He released a bad game. He got raked over the coals for it. And then he said, well, crap, I guess we better get to work. And he just got to work fixing things. And sure enough, over time, it turned into a really good game. That's a great story, and it's actually quite inspiring. So look up the internet historian's explanation of that. It's very fascinating, and it's a really inspiring hero's journey. Ahoy, Tom. Tom comes up from the lower decks. Permission to disembark. Good show, Captain. Seeing you all, chat. Good to see you, Tom. Permission to disembark granted, sir. We are on the Captain's Cast. Permission to embark or disembark. Never required, but always granted. Fu Man Blue points out, the elusive man was like the humans that wanted to keep the One Ring to help them. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that, well, you were saying the Reapers are like the Ring, and Cerberus and the elusive man were like Gollum trying to keep the ring. Yeah, I get that. Dude, The Lord of the Rings is a timeless mythological tale. It just is. Like, it's just a brilliant story that will always be timeless. It will never need to be updated for a modern audience. The Lord of the Rings will never need to be updated for a modern audience. And frankly, if you think that you can't enjoy a story because it's just too old for you, it's just too, it's too past, like, what does that say about you? Like, seriously. What does that say about you? Yeah, I just don't. That's like some old timey thing. Like, I don't know. The Godfather was made like ages ago. And like, I'm too modern for that. Like, I can't really enjoy that. Like, okay. Well, in my view, that means you have the mental capacity of a pencil eraser. That's just how I see it. Did I have anything else I wanted to cover? We are close to wrapping it up, folks. We are close to wrapping up another thrilling episode. Oh, yes, the Kong trailer. I keep forgetting. Okay, I have not seen this. Let's check it out. Let's not get blocked if we can. Here we go. Share screen. I got to tell you, I think Godzilla -1 has ruined me on any other Godzilla project because I just don't think we're ever going to get anything that good again unless Takashi Yamazaki directs it. I just think that's just a stone cold truth. But even then, even for such a talented guy as Yamazaki, that could have been lightning in a bottle. That could have just been lightning in a bottle. I don't know if he'll ever get that good of a movie again. I mean, talented guy. I'm just saying. The Robert Zemeckis said about Back to the Future, every filmmaker's got about one to three of those in them in a lifetime. That's just how it is. So here we go. Godzilla X Kong.
For most of human civilization, we believed that life could only exist on the surface of our planet.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No, they just reminded me of that stupid Core of the Earth plot. Is this part of the Monarch universe? I don't know if this is part of the Monarch universe or not. I'm assuming it is, which means that dopey center of the Earth fantasy land exists. Oh, man. All right, let's see what you got for me, trailer.
What else were we wrong about?
Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in?
This world has more secrets than we could possibly imagine.
Yeah, it's totally the Monarch universe. So I'm sorry, but this universe will never hold a candle to Godzilla -1 for me. But that being said, leaving that aside just for the moment, I really liked Kong Skull Island. I thought that was a really good film. I love that it was a 70s, almost like Vietnam War era period piece, post-Vietnam War era period piece. I thought that was very cool. And Samuel L. Jackson actually had balls in that movie, which was cool. Unlike as his character of Nick Fury now, where he goes around apologizing to everybody for existing. The problem is I find the Hollow Earth world dopey as hell. And I'm sorry, but that's just never going to change.
Miracles I get. Still now and then.
Oh,
What is that?
well, look at that. He's a little baby. He's a little. Oh, Grace Randolph's gonna love this. Is that Carrie Elwes? That's Carrie Elwes, isn't it?
What is that?
No, it's not. He looks like a young Carrie Elwes, though.
That's not Kong. Who could have done this?
Dang it, they're giving me a warning. This trailer's dragging on too long is the problem. Dude, YouTube is just up my ass lately. Just like, oh, well, it's the world we live in. Witness the rise of a new empire. Let me see this. What do they actually want me to do about this? I am pausing it. To be quite honest, I'm not all that interested in this trailer at the moment. Okay, we got a bunch of CGI gobbledygook.
Kong can't stop this on his own.
He won't be alone.
It's the music. That's probably part of what's causing the problem. Oh, there. Oh my God. No, wait. What is this? What is this? What? What? Godzilla has pink? Yes, Godzilla is pretty and pink? What? This is what the pink Godzilla meme is. I didn't get what this meme was. I didn't understand what that was about. Are you shitting me? What? I can't even understand this. I'm sorry, chat. I gotta process this for a second. I'm just making sure I haven't gotten blocked here. You've got to be shitting me. You've got to be shitting me. Godzilla is not pink. He's not pink. Who thought this would look good? Who thought this was a good idea? They've turned Godzilla into a house cat. They've turned him into a cat lady character. No. No. I can't. I want to unsee this. I want this wiped from my mind. I just want to go back to when Godzilla -1 was in my memory and was the best Godzilla thing ever. And I want to just believe that Takashi Yamazaki is going to make the next Godzilla movie. Instead, my own people, the American people, ruined this amazing character. It's embarrassing. On behalf of all Americans, I apologize, Japan. This is the one time the captain will engage in apology culture. I apologize. I apologize for this disgusting abuse of this character. Oh, geez. Is there any... Oh, what is this? What is this shit? What? I can't even... I have no words, which is probably rare at this. I have no words. I can't even understand what I just saw. Freaking, it looks fracking. Promised I would chill on the swearing. It's like fracking monkeys. It's like Land of the Lost. It's like a Saturday morning Land of the Lost episode. It's so unbelievable. I can't even believe this. I'm not blocked yet, am I? Because I got to finish this thing now. I have got to finish this piece of trash now. Add this. Get back in there. Get back in there. I want to know. What have you done? What have you done? Who's making this? This is Fox. I'm just trying to understand. Glowing pink. Godzilla is female, folks. Did you know that Godzilla is female? Will they let us have anything, folks? Will they let us have nothing? No, they won't let us have anything. We can't have one thing that just men like. It's for men. You know, women are welcome to come along, but it's a male thing. Look, you can have Barbie. You can have 10 Barbies if you want. You can have all the Barbie movies you want. Why can't we just have Godzilla? Why can't we have Luke Skywalker? Why won't you let us have a few things? You know, our dumb Warhammer universe. Why won't you let us have it? Oh my God. I just get the worst timeline. We are the worst timeline. I don't even understand the thinking. This isn't his brand. He's not, I'm just thinking like a dumb corporate shill even. This doesn't even make sense. His brand is not pink. It's not even about the male-female aspect of it. He doesn't look pink. That's not how he looks. Oh, gee. Oh my God, there's more. Now I understand why this is the most replayed. Oh no! Oh my God! Oh my God! This is the dumbest thing I've seen in a long time, folks. This shot right here. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. They are turning pink Godzilla and King Kong in a underground gobbledygook CGI volume mess are now on a buddy adventure. Fuck this. Oh God, I hate this. I hate this so much. This is the most hatred I've felt in 2024, let me tell you. Oh my God, I can't even believe that. I just can't even believe that. That's like the anti-Godzilla -1 right there. Dude, Redoubt Productions. Why does Kong have an infinity gauntlet? Who knows? Like, who even knows? Okay. I was kind of asked this on Wrangler's stream. Why do you think Ant-Man Quantumania is worse than the Marvels? Because I said Quantumania is the worst film of 2023. I'm going to tell you right now, that trailer is a perfect example of why Quantumania is the film I hate the most from last year, because that looked exactly like the Quantum Realm to me. All these pretty crystals everywhere, fake CGI, just bullshit fantasy world at the center of the earth, because why the hell not? Yeah, I just knocked over my monitor. I'm so upset. The captain is very upset right now. I can't even believe this. But do you notice what a visual, like, it's just visual garbage. Look at this garbage. Fucking green crystals where they don't belong. Just pink everywhere. What is that? What is this? This looks so fake. It looks like fake CGI bullshit. This is maybe, actually no, this is the second worst shot. What is this? Hang on. You know what this looks like to me? This looks like a 12-year-old girl's Trapper Keeper image. Like on the Trapper Keeper, you know, if she liked Godzilla. No offense to girls. I'm just saying. Fine. A 12-year-old boy's Trapper Keeper. But I just don't think the boy would be going with the pink Godzilla is my only point. Oh, jeez. That's it. That's the shot. Look at how dumb that looks. It looks so fake. Oh my God. What a disaster. I was not prepared for that at all. I just thought, well, okay, this is the next Monarch thing, you know, whatever. Let's check it out. I thought did Yellow Flash like this one? Because I was watching the Flash cast, so they were talking about it, and I was only half listening because I was playing Fallout, actually, of all things. I want to say that they put this on their tier list, and I want to know what you think too, chat, but I'm sorry. I got to find this first, okay? What did he... I hope he posted this because I want to... where is it? I think this is the one. This is the one. 2024 is another year of Hollywood trash. Here we go. Okay, hang on. Let me share the screen with you. Okay, stop that. Present. This is what I'm talking about. So last night on Flashcast, okay, they did their tier list of the upcoming films of 2024 and how they think it's going to go. And you got to be shitting me. No way. They put Kong X Godzilla in the great... I thought I heard something like that. See, now you understand, chat, why I was so shocked by that trailer, because I hadn't seen it. All I heard was the title. I never heard anything about this movie. And I'm just half listening on Flashcast last night, and they're making this list of what they think is going to be the best and worst of this year, I should say. And they put Godzilla X Kong at great? What? What? I mean, I agree with a lot of these choices. Like, oh my God, like the new Alien bullshit. I thought that was a fake, like, fan film bullshit, that Alien Romulus crap. So that's going to be shit. So I agree with that. Actually, that should be lower on the list. Gladiator 2, I definitely agree with that choice. Trash, agreed. But oh my Flash. What are you talking about? Pink Godzilla Flash? Really? You gotta be kidding me with that. No. No. I'm like it's like Brad Pitt's character, in 7. What's in the box? No, what's in the box? That's how I feel about this Godzilla thing. Okay, sorry, chat. I've neglected you in my absolute apoplectic meltdown that I just saw. Fu Man Blue says, I heard someone say it was pink in the early movies. I don't care. Like, I don't care if I don't. Maybe not. If that's the lore, whatever. I don't care. It's like the original film is black and white. Later film. I'm not saying he has to be blue. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying he has to be blue, but pink. Come on. It doesn't make any visual sense for the kid. You know what they're doing? They are turning Godzilla into freaking Grogu. That's what's happening here. That's why I'm pissed, because they're turning him into Grogu, a meaningless stuffed toy is what he's turning into. Wrangler says maybe Godzilla got a power-up, like when Samus gets the gravity suit. I'm fine with power-ups. Why is he pink? It doesn't make any sense, though. Redoubt says the CGI on the Kongs was shit. I thought 100% of all the CGI in that was crap. I hated every second of that trailer. Every second of it. Like, it was all garbage to me. I'm tired of this. I am tired. I'm tired of fake fantasy worlds I'm not saying, look, I'm not tired of Lord of the Rings. I'm not tired of seeing Minas Tirith. What I mean is I am tired of lazy CGI conjuring up a bunch of visual bullshit that doesn't look real. It's not there. The actors aren't there. They're not seeing any of this. I don't care if it's volume. It's all fake, phony garbage. I'm tired of it. It's boring and it's lazy. And I'm telling you, Godzilla -1, $15 million. It's a visually stunning film. Godzilla, is not real. I'm just breaking some news here. Godzilla's not real. You have to use CGI to make that work. But it's amazing how I felt like he was real when I'm watching the movie. How come this can't make me feel like it's real? It's not at you, Redoubt. Like, I'm not. Don't misunderstand. My irritation is at them, not at you. So don't misunderstand my tone. I'm just telling you, I'm so tired of the CGI garbage. I'm just so tired of it. And maybe this is a bit overkill on my part. I'm willing to admit that maybe I'm just a little oversensitive to it. That's possible. I fully admit that. I'm just telling you, I don't know exactly why, but I'm tired of it. It's a lazy tool. It's a tool of lazy creatives. I am more interested in what fans are starting to do with AI animation, than I am in anything Hollywood is doing with CGI. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, I think that fans who cannot afford to pay millions and millions of dollars for a craft service table while they're making their CGI, they are having to find clever and interesting ways to use AI to create amazing things that Hollywood refuses to create, refuses to give us. With all their wealth and power, their influence, they refuse to give us what we want. So I am all for fans figuring out how to give each other and us what we want with AI art and put these assholes out of business. Screw them. Go pick it some more. Go pick it. I won't be there with you. And then I'm more interested in that than I am in the CGI crap. That's just how I feel about it. Fu Man Blue says, was that a bunch of little, they're little apes. Oh, Kong had babies. He babied. Kong babied. Thanks, Grace. Appreciate it. Thanks, Grace. Fu Man Blue. Pink tested better with modern audiences. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Do they even give a shit what audiences actually... They don't. They don't care what audiences... I don't even believe they even test... You know what I think they do? I think they run these test audiences and they're like, it's not good. They're like, it's bad. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Okay. Edit it again. Well, it came back worse. Okay. Make it anyway. And print a bunch of puff pieces about how there's whammon in it. That'll work. That's all they do. They don't actually get any information from test audiences. Redoubt Production says, now, I'm not a kaiju fan, but -1 Zilla looks a hell of a lot cooler than whatever this is. Have you not seen it? Have you not seen -1 Redoubt? Go see it, please. I'm begging you. Please see this movie. You will love it. You will thank me. And if you don't, I'll take that hit. But, you know, Captain is telling you, it's the best film of 2023 by a mile. It's so magnificent. It is so magnificent. Oh, you have seen it. That I get what you're saying. I totally misread that. Not as in it looks like a good movie, as in I saw the movie and it looks a hell of a lot cooler. Got it. Okay, never mind. Disregard previous statement. Am a kaiju fan. I don't know. I am neither a kaiju fan nor not a kaiju fan, if that makes any sense. I don't really have a dog in that hunt. But hey, look, if you tell me that the president woke up this morning and not our president, a fictional president, thank you. A fictional president played by Bill Pullman wakes up in the morning to news that alien aircraft are entering the orbit of Earth. Well, whether or not I'm a fan of alien stories, I'm interested. Like, you have my attention. If you tell me that cough button, if you tell me that Godzilla is a giant 100-story tall monster is coming ashore, I'm interested. Like, I want to see that. So anyway, I don't think you have to be a kaiju fan to appreciate Godzilla. That being said, like, you know, my problem is, like, I watch Pacific Rim. And by the way, no shade again. If you love kaiju and that's your thing, whatever. Like, I'm totally fine with that. My point is, I kind of neither am interested nor not interested. It's more like, show me what you got. Like, if you got something good, I'm into it. Like, Pacific Rim looked really interesting, and the movie was okay. Like, the movie was, it was pretty good. I didn't hate it. Do I ever want to watch it again? Not really. You know, I think for me, I'm the type of science fiction guy, right? Where what I'm looking for is a story that makes me ponder, that makes me think. You know what I mean? Like, I want adventure. I want excitement. I want spectacle. I want starships. I want all that. But, you know, the thing about Godzilla -1 is it's such a great what if story. Like, what would you do? What if you were in Shikshima's shoes? What would you do? Like, that's a great thing to ponder. You know what I mean? That's what gets me in the seat. That's what gets me there. It gets me into the story, gets me watching it. So that's kind of where I'm at with kaijus. It's kind of a why. I so agree with this though. But why does Kong have an infinity gauntlet? I don't know. Who knows? Fu Man Blue. So Godzilla is a sprinter now. He's like, I know. Oh, I know. They're running like buddy cops in like Lethal Weapon or something. It's so stupid. Jeez. Oh my God. It's so, there's dumb people. Just dumb people making this shit, man. What are, we have moved away from a profit model. And, the reason I get so angry about it is they are lying. They are lying about why these films aren't making money. They say it's the coup. They say it's streaming services. Everyone wants to stay home. It's like, no. Top Gun Maverick, Oppenheimer, Super Mario Brothers, example after example after example of what happens when you make a good product. So it's like they're lying when they say that, like, so first they make a shit product, right? They stuff it full of all their activism. They lie to us and tell us there's no activism in it. But then when it goes ahead and fails, and all their attempts to call us racist fail, they then lie and say, well, the reason it failed is not because the product was bad. The product was great. The product was perfect. Marvel's is a masterpiece. The reason it failed is because Elon Musk bought Twitter. Why? I don't know. But that's a reason. And also because of the coup, and also because of streaming, don't you know? And then we say, we would love it if you would tell us a great story. And they're like, we're working on it. We just hired, Obeyed Shinoy to make the Rey movie because you wanted that. No, we don't want that. We told you we don't want that. Oh, well, you're just toxic fans. We know for a fact that everyone does want that. And that it's going to make lots of money. No, it won't. It won't make any money because nobody wants it. Oh, you're lying. Then it comes out, doesn't make any money. And they're like, well, the soft performance at the box office was probably just holdovers from they're liars. And so they create a bad product. They make their lies. And then they use those lies as the reason to continue making garbage. That's why it makes me mad, because they use their own lies as the premise for making more garbage, which pisses me off. Anyway, why does Kong look like a poorly rendered Bigfoot? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. I just think that was a joke. I think that trailer was an absolute joke. Dude, do I need to pull up the Romulus, the alien Romulus? Do you know what it looked like to me? I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get, like, hit. But, like, this alien Romulus that's coming out, I thought this couldn't be real. It was so bad. And they're just... And who is even making this? Is Alien Romulus going to be Ridley Scott? Alien Romulus. Who's directing this? Director Fed Alvarez. Who is that? I don't know. Writers Fed Alvarez, Roto Sayagues. Okay. It's going to be shit, is what it's going to be. It's a Hulu movie? It's on Hulu? What? Here we go. So this is Romulus.
After all this time, why are you still looking into this?
Because
do you see what like that right out the gate? I'm like, that sounded like a bad actor in a fan film. Like, that's why I'm telling you, is this real? Is this not the real trailer?
one day they're going to come back.
We still haven't even reached what is out there.
Now, that looks like an AI-generated Starship design. That's number one. But, like, look at this. Like, just look at the technology. This looks like what you see in, like, AI-generated art of, like, science fiction ship. Show me a generic science fiction ship.
We still haven't even...
That's what you get. Generic science fiction ship, boring, pastel, sort of blue hologram display, whatever.
The planet, of which we have received strange signals. Recruiters never come around back home.
Oh my God. An absolute charisma vacuum, this girl already. Producer Ridley Scott. Oh, you should be ashamed to have your name attached to it, Ridley. I just don't want to get hit, so I'm not going to run the whole thing, but what else do we have?
We're going to need a plan. I have an idea.
Oh, it breaks my heart to see Sigourney in this, because they are going to absolutely bastardize the great story she was a part of, but love Sigourney. Make sure I'm not getting a warning. Probably getting another warning. Nope, not yet. The aliens don't look terrible. I like the aliens, but like just all the technology just looks so generic. It looks AI generated. The actors in that are lifeless. I mean, that's bizarre to me. Like, what? Lifeless characters. It's like something is happening to our creative, like it's as if the collective creative IQ of our species is dropping, folks. I'm serious about this. It's like it's just dropping. Ridley Scott, in theory, knows what good, talented craftsmanship in a film looks like. So what is happening? Like, I seriously cannot understand. So when I saw the Ahsoka trailer well before the show came out, you can go back and watch the live stream. I reviewed that trailer with you here on the Captain's Cast. And I said to you then that, like, is it just me, or is like Mary Elizabeth Winstead sound boring? She just has this once a rebel, always a rebel, don't you know? And I'm like, what's with this line delivery? There's no feeling in it. There's no emotion in it. And then I watched the show. It's 10 times worse in the show. I'm getting the exact same feeling from this trailer. We don't know what all is out there. We should go explore. Oh my God. It's like Stuckman. It's like Chris Stuckman is acting. He's acting in all these parts. Dead on accurate, Fu Man Blue. Looks like a CW show. I do notice. I think I got a little too much purple in the captain's lighting, but purple is a royal color, so the captain will allow it. I was going for a bluer. I need to blue shift the light. Anyway, yes, it looks like a crappy CW teenage melodrama version. That's exactly what it's like. It is a teenage melodrama version of Aliens. I'm going to tell you, to this day, right, that opening shot of the Nostromo just at a glacial pace, just drifting through the empty cosmos, is one of the most haunting images in cinematic history. This hulking ship just lurching through space into the unknown. It gives you this sense of like almost a kind of I guess it's the opposite of claustrophobia if you're in the midst of space, but honestly, it's just the feeling of nothingness. What's the fear of nothingness? There is a word for that. I forget the word for it. Fear of nothingness. Nihilophobia. That's what it's called. Okay. Nihilophobia. So the opening shot of Alien gives you this feeling of nihilophobia as it's drifting through space, which is brilliant because it gives you this feeling of the cosmos being vast, endless. There's nothing out there kind of feeling, but there is something out there. That's the catch, right? And then something comes out of the darkness at you. That's what's so great about the first Alien film. I watched this new thing, and I just think I get none of that. I get none of the scale. I get none of the vastness. I get none of that dread, that cosmic dread. What a shame. Wrangler is still trying to make a case for Pink Godzilla. He's saying we're going to have to chop it up tomorrow night on this, Wrangler. It would have looked a lot cooler if it was purple instead of pink, but that still wouldn't be Godzilla. I mean, yeah, there's just no scenario. There's just no scenario, man. Just my opinion. There's just no scenario. He is blue. He's either blue or he's not colorful. Those are your choices, okay? He's got a blue tail or no color tail. I'm fine with either. Take your pick. Redoubt Production says, go on home, Hollywood. Go on home. You have no fracking stories of your own. Singing like an Irishman for reasons. Oh, crap. The Twisters not remake. Oh, God, I forgot about that. Is coming out this year. Notice they're all sequels. They're all sequels, reboots, rehashes. Readout says my rage levels just went up a few decimals. Yeah, I hear you there. Yes, yes, Wrangler. You better believe it. I told you. We said goodbye to the worst year in Hollywood history. We're saying hello to the worst Hollywood year in history. They're remaking Twister. A film that's like oddly irrelevant to the zeitgeist. Like, I don't even, is anyone thinking about tornadoes? No one's thinking about tornadoes. Greta Thunberg has already moved us on to hurricanes, okay? We're all thinking about hurricanes and how hot it is. It's so hot. Every summer, Rush used to do a bit on this on his show. He used to say, like, every single summer, it's like, oh my God, it's so hot. It's so hot. It's really bad, folks. It's bad how hot it is in the summer. Readout Production says they insist it's not a sequel, it's not a remake, it's not a continuation, yet they're using the name of the 1996 film, and it's a diverse cast. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Oh, gee, I'm so excited. You know what's so funny about that, though, is like, I actually think that's the worst of all worlds, that statement right there. That, like, oh, it's not going to be a remake, it's not going to be a reboot, it's not going to be a rehab. Well, then what are you doing? That's almost worse. Just make it a sequel, you adults. Like, at least Ghostbusters, what was it? Frozen Empire? At least Ghostbusters Afterlife and Frozen Empire has the courage of its convictions and just says, yes, this is a sequel. This is a spiritual sequel to Ghostbusters. Readout says they are not scraping at the bottom of the barrel. They are scraping up the wood on the barrel's end. It's bad. I mean, look, listen, I fully admit that there are people out there, I mean, I guess that will not have a problem with Godzilla X Kong. And my policy, the captain's policy on this channel will never change. Every fan has a right to like what they like and have their opinion. And I'm not throwing shade at anyone for having their opinion. I just don't get it. Okay. I don't get pink Godzilla. That's not a thing I can get. It just isn't. It just isn't. I'm not against the color pink, okay? I thought Barbie looked beautiful. Like, I thought the Barbie world looked amazing. It looked fun. That's kind of why one of the reasons why I hated Barbie so much. It's like it was kind of a bait and switch, that movie, because the movie starts with this kind of Barbie Wonderland. And, it's not like I want to live in Barbie Wonderland, but I'm just saying visually it looked fun. It popped off the screen. It looked enticing. It looked interesting. And then it turns out that y'all get ready. Pack your bags. We're going on a guilt trip, like a big one. Okay. so that's my issue with Barbie. It's like, so I'm not against pink, but Godzilla ain't pink. Okay. Readout says, nah, Captain, you're fine. We all have moments when we break. Snapped is more like it. The Captain snapped. I was not prepared for that. I could not have predicted. I thought that I didn't understand what the pink thing was about. Godzilla being pink. I didn't know that was a real thing. You can't even make this shit up anymore, folks. Now, does that make it woke? I mean, no, it doesn't make it woke exactly, but I just can't envision any reason besides a woke reason for why they made him pink. I don't know what. It just makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense on any level, because if it's a branding perspective, that's the wrong branding for the character. Like, so that's my soulless corporate marketing shill take on it. It's like, if I'm that guy, that's off brand for Godzilla. If it's a villain, that's not intimidating. He's not a villain. It's a buddy cop movie with Kong now. I just don't see a reason why this isn't some kind of either thinly or not at all veiled feminist deal. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying I don't. What other rationale explains this? It's bizarre. It doesn't look good. He babied. King Kong babied. Oh. Foeman Blue says, I've watched Pacific Rim at least 5 times. I don't remember the story. I just like watching the smashing. Yeah, I mean, if the captain were to give it a score, I'd probably give it a 6 or a 7 out of 10, which is the green. I just am not. And also, I understand that sometimes that's more someone else's thing than my thing. And I get that, right? Like, I'm very obsessed about ships, like specifically tall ships. That's a very nerdy and neckbeardy thing. I understand if someone watches Master and Commander and they're bored to tears. I love Master and Commander. I could watch that all day long. I could watch that. I sat in that theater and I knew watching it, I'm like, this is going to bore the hell out of normies, but I love it. I'm loving every minute of this. So I totally get that. If kaijus, that's your thing, like that's your thing. It just ain't my thing. It just, but I'm open to it. I'm like, hey, spin me a good yarn, and you'll have a fan for life. Kong, I'm getting too old for this shit. Yeah, Fu Manchu, that's a good one. I'm getting too old for this shit. And Godzilla's like he's the young cop that's out for a fight. That's, they're bounding. They're bounding. I prefer Godzilla -1 that sort of slowly lumbers and then charges up his blue tail and nukes the city. That's what I prefer. The fights and destruction are good too. Redoubt says, I thought they canned Scott's prequel trilogy after Covenant. I have no clue. I have no clue what this Romulus alien movie is supposed to be. I have no idea. I don't know if it's a prequel, a sequel, a reboot, an Otherworlds story. I have no idea, nor do I care at all. Like, I do not like the Prometheus universe. I think the first Prometheus film, while it had great potential and I wanted to love it, it's a complete mess. That movie is a complete mess. And while Alien Covenant was not quite the plot mess that the first one was, it just doesn't add anything. It doesn't add anything to Aliens for me. It doesn't add anything to the alien world. It doesn't make the world feel bigger or more interesting. It just, to me, makes it feel smaller. And I'm kind of tired of... Look, I love space opera. I want space opera. But nobody wants to make it in film form anyway. Fed Alvarez did Evil Dead remake and Don't Breathe. I'm not an Evil Dead guy. I started watching that movie and it's just too much for me. Not too scary, because I love the Conjuring universe and those movies are scary as hell. I don't know. I don't think I get the Evil Dead concept, seriously. I just don't think I get it. Like, it's like an evil that can possess people, but also can possess things and needs to possess people and things, but also can animate the dead and become undead, but also is a kind of possession that possesses people. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get what is it? Like, is it a ghost? Is it a demon possessing people? It just kind of seems like a random shotgun of evil everywhere. And maybe that's the point. Fair enough. Maybe that's the point. I just don't really understand the Evil Dead franchise very well. But that, are you talking about the Evil Dead remake, which wasn't bad? I still don't totally get it. And Don't Breathe. I don't think I've seen Don't Breathe. Spock's home. What was Spock's home? Vulcan? Oh yeah. When Kong is like, maybe you're talking about when Kong is the red light in the background, maybe. Oh boy, this is real. You know, with all the rage that is about to ensue for me this year, I hope I at least get gray hair like Richard Gere. I mean, I'm not that pissed about it. I'm mostly just stunned. That's just I freaked out for a second, but I'm fine. Like, honestly, I'm here to laugh at it. I'm here to laugh at it while we of the Iron Age, we of the Fellowship will continue working on and promoting what is good, what is great, what is worth saving. And the day is going to come very soon, I think, in the next few years, when we're just going to bypass them. I think Hollywood will always be around. I think some fossilized version of Hollywood is always going to be with us because it's an institution. And institutions like Hollywood they become an end in and of themselves. And that is what Hollywood has become. It has become an end in and of itself. It no longer serves the purpose it was created for, which was to make entertainment and sell entertainment for a profit. That is what Hollywood was originally intended to be. Now it has become something totally removed from that. It is an end in and of itself. Hollywood exists because Hollywood wishes to exist. That's all. And it does what Hollywood does because Hollywood does what Hollywood wants to do. That's it. So it's going to stick around. I don't think we're ever going to see it go away, but what we are going to see is we're going to start bypassing it. Just like Sound of Freedom bypassed Hollywood. Super Mario Brothers movie, in a sense, bypassed the traditional Hollywood model. And we're going to see Godzilla -1 bypassed Hollywood. RRR bypassed Hollywood. That's what we're going to see. And that's what I'm excited for. And that's what the next chapter is going to be. And by the way, That is as it should be. You know, that's the way life works. Life comes in cycles. You know, things become new, things arise, they get exciting, they get popular, and then they fade and they die, and then something new replaces the old growth. And Hollywood is the old growth. It just won't give up the ghost. Fine. We'll bypass it. Yeah, it's just weird shit, though. That is weird. What is Pink Godzilla? Whatever. I'm never going to get used to that. Yeah, the Romulus trailer, it doesn't seem real, does it, Redoubt? It really doesn't. It isn't? Okay, so I've been had. Have I been had, Redoubt? Okay, I've been had. Fine. Fair enough. You can't tell the difference these days. You cannot tell the difference between parody and reality. You can't tell. Which one wasn't real, the Godzilla or the alien one? Did I totally get had on the Godzilla thing? No, this is from official Warner Brothers, so it can't be that one. That's official Warner Brothers. They've got like the blue check mark and everything. No, I'm just kidding. There's no check. Captain has voted. The captain has voted on this garbage trailer. I'm doing my part. Let's see. Completely unrelated, a tornado has not been rated EF5 since 2013. It has made people question if the enhanced Fujita scale needs to be amended again. The Mayfield, Kentucky tornado was only an EF4. Now, isn't that fascinating, Redoubt? That is a fascinating little fact. You know, they always say every year, they say the wildfires in the Pacific are the result of climate change. It's not. It's not. I'm from California. I am from the area where those fires literally burn down whole towns, and they choke the sky with smoke for 6 months of the year, every single summer. Okay. So that is an absolute lie about the wildfires in California and Oregon. They are not the result of climate change. They are the result of intentional and deliberate policies which do not allow the Federal Forest Service does not fight those fires. It is the California Forest Service that actually puts them out. The Federal Service, they work a few hours, they go home and they let it burn and spread. And they do it every single year. And secondly, they totally ignore the fact that all the fires are, the causes of the fires are almost always man-made or the result of power lines sparking a fire. That caused a lot of the major fires the last few years is power lines sparking. In fact, the major wildfires in LA were the result of power lines. But also, they don't allow those forests to be logged anymore. So they're totally lying about that. They are totally lying about the reason for the wildfires every year. Then they tell us that the hurricanes are the worst they've ever been, but then it turns out that in 1920, there was a worse hurricane in Florida that year. So how do you explain that? But isn't it interesting? They never mention the fact that tornadoes have gone down in furiosity for like over a decade. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? Well, they're not interested in that because that doesn't fit their narrative, whatever their narrative is. Do they even know what it is anymore? I don't think they even know. Is it global warming? Is it climate change? What is it? Go ask Greta Thunberg. Fu Man Blue says they always package their message in recognizable labels because they know they can dupe some people into listen to their message just based on the title. Probably. Yeah, if they redress something as lucrative as Star Wars, there is nothing they won't do to it. I mean, they're leaving money on the table, so clearly money does not motivate them at all. Redoubt says, Evil Dead should be looked at as a horror comedy. I'm not a fan of the straight gore horror the remakes have taken. Yeah, I mean, I would say the Conjuring universe is similar to Evil Dead in that they are sort of curse unleashed stories. And in those films, there is a demonic presence that is taking control of things in the Conjuring universe. And I quite like that model, and it's very well explained and fleshed out in the story. And what I like about it is it sets up a classic battle of good versus evil in those movies. And I think it works really brilliantly. Also, the Insidious films are pretty good in that regard as well. I think my issue with Evil Dead is just the lack of clarity on the nature of the threat. And that's just kind of one of my issues with horror in general. Like, if I understand the rules of the horror story, I'm usually pretty into it. But if I feel like the rules are just whatever, then I get frustrated and I'm like, so, but I hear what you're saying on that. I hear what you're saying. You're saying the Alien trailer wasn't real. Okay, fair enough. My apologies to the chat. If I got trolled, I got trolled. It looked fake, but can you blame me, Redoubt? Because I'm telling you, like, you watch Ahsoka, you watch The Mandalorian, you watch Obi-Wan Kenobi when you've got like the chick slapping the stormtrooper and she's trying to like a Fred Flintstone's like gag where she's trying to hide Leia in her coat while she waddles out of the Imperial base. Like, they make stuff that is so dumb, you can't even believe that a professional studio even made it. So can you blame me? I can't. I feel like I deserve some leeway there. Dude, I ain't messing with no tornadoes. You don't have to convince me, Redoubt, because I actually was on the Great Lakes. I was on the Great Lakes when there was on a ship, and there was like a water spout descended. And I'm a West Coaster, so I'm not used to tornadoes. So I'm not as familiar with how they work. I am used to earthquakes and I am used to wildfires, but I'm not used to tornadoes. So I see this water spout descend, which is just a fancy way of saying a tornado on the water. And the captain of the ship immediately, it was like all hands on deck. We're turning this ship around instantly. It was like, we're doing a 180. And I was like, are those like dangerous? And I'm just because I don't know. I'm like, how dangerous are those? Like, oh, they're very dangerous. I was like, okay. Like there was one of those times where you could just hear it in their voice that like, no, those are dangerous, bro. Like, those are bad. A second one descended while the ship was turning back to port. There were two. And the captain said later, he was like, I'm going to tell you right now, those almost never happen. He told this funny story about how he had been on a ship as like a crew member years ago. And the captain had been warning. He was giving him kind of a safety warning about like, yeah, if you see a water spout, they're very dangerous. Fortunately, they're very rare and they almost never happen. But if you see them, like, it's a big deal and this is what you do. And he's like, they're rare. They almost never happen. I said to the captain, this is what the captain in the present is telling me about the past. And so the guy says, yeah, they're very rare. He said, isn't that a water spout? He points behind the captain. A water spout had descended on the lake while the captain was talking. He turns around. He's like, oh shit, that's a water spout. So they're rare, but like they're deadly as hell. But two on the same day, it was a little scary. I won't lie. Fu Man Blue says the runaway effect of the fires is because out of control undergrowth. So like around the late 80s, early 90s, they just really, the Clinton administration is really when they did this. They stopped maintaining all the roads. They basically banned all of the logging. And they claimed that the logging was destroying the habitat of the spotted owl. They claimed it was clear cutting the forest and destroying nature. What they failed to understand is that by that time, logging companies it was already illegal to clear cut. There was already regulations in place that they either had to like select specific trees and they had to thin the forest. They couldn't clear cut it. But then also wherever they were permitted to like harvest a certain area, they had to replant that entire area. And the effect of that was that the forest was not getting overgrown. The forest was being thinned out. It was being pruned, basically. Well, they've shut down almost all that logging industry in the decades past. And they have continued suppressing the fires. And we had a record drought. And we have massively larger cities all over California and Oregon now. So the cities are far larger. The power grids are far more extensive. There are far more people throwing cigarettes out their windows on the freeway. There are far more people. There are far more power lines sparking, right? So essentially what you have is a perfect storm because They won't allow loggers to responsibly log the forest. They will suppress the fires, but then also, so essentially they're creating kindling. They've turned the whole forest into kindling. It's a complete disaster. But the thing is, when they want to put out a fire, it's out. When they want to put a fire out, it's out. And the reason I know that is because when an actual town is in jeopardy and a competent person gets involved, I'm not going to give any details here, but I'll just say, like, when a competent individual gets involved, takes control, fires out pretty quickly. They never worry about carbon greenhouse gases when it's from a wildfire. They never care about that. They don't give a shit about that. So-called environmentalists, they never care that thousands, hundreds of square miles of forest are on fire, spewing smoke into the sky. They don't give a shit. They will let it burn. And when they tell you that, oh, we just can't put it out, they're lying. They can, they just aren't. So, and I could get into a lot more details on that, but that's not what Swords and Starships is about. So that would have to go on a Captain's political channel if I were doing that. Not so much political, but just a not nerd culture channel. All right. Fu Man Blue says, oh, the canopy. Yeah, that's interesting. Thinking about scouting and fighting in that environment. Forest fighting's no joke, man. It's dangerous work. It's definitely dangerous work. The topography was indeed highly rough, says Redoubt, but there are areas where you could maneuver in a war party through quite easily. Absolutely. I like the way you think. So Fu Man Blue says, Last of the Mohicans made my head spin thinking about that scout messenger life. Oh, dude, Last of the Mohicans is a great film. It's one of my favorite films. It's brilliant. Such a good movie. Oh, man. And they really accurately portray what the French and Indian War was like. And it's a pretty good picture also of what a lot of the fighting was like in the Revolutionary War involving Native Americans and also the War of 1812. There was a lot of brutal fighting as well. So there you have it. Well, my dear chat, have we had a good time tonight? We've had a great stream. The captain just about lost his shit there at the end. And the captain has substituted the F word for frack. I will now say frack. This is a respectable show. And so, but hey, once in a while, you just got to have an F-bomb. So, but yeah, we've been having fun. Redoubt says, short answer, Last of the Mohicans is not just a favorite film of mine, but it is the definitive cinematic depiction of the French and Indian War. And that's, I can't deny that take at all, sir. I cannot deny it. So, all right. Well, stay tuned, my dear sailors and starnauts. Join the Gilded. Join the Discord, because as the year progresses, in about a month or so, I'm hoping, maybe I can put together a role-playing RPG, and we can do it on the channel. And if anyone's interested in joining or just watching, I will let you know in the Discord and the Gilded, and we'll set something up. We'll have some fun. And we're going to have some fun. The Rey movie's not going to be this year. It may never happen, but we're going to have some fun with that one too. So absolutely. Well, my dear sailors and starnauts, I hope you have a great week. I hope you had a great Sunday night. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you on the Captain's Cast. You know, if you enjoyed this stream, tell someone, think of one person you know. Tell them about it. Bring them in. Like and subscribe. YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter, and eventually I'll get it on more platforms. But in any case, the takeaway from this show is we are winning. They have learned nothing. But we are finally beginning to stand our ground as nerds and say, you know what? You're welcome to like what we like. You are not welcome to destroy what we like. You're not welcome to do that anymore. And you know what? It's starting to gain traction. Just look at that Texan. Look at that Tekken producer who's basically saying, "Go pound sand." Like Tekken is what it is. So in any case, this has been the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starship channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett. And until next time, the captain will say to you, well, hang on a second. Let me get here we go. There it is. All right. You on a Sunday night. Have a great week. Get out there, create, take heart. You are winning. Never doubt it. Never let them convince you you're alone. Never let them convince you that you're not winning, because you are. And so this is Captain Garrett saying, until next time, I will see you out there.